Excuse me. Hello? Hello? Excuse me. Testing? Testing. Testing? Testes, testes. 1, 2, 3. Welcome in. Hello to Heyo Teo with your silly accidental Google search thing. Baphomet, Analia, Timerinia, and Holokin with the super early gang. Yeah. And Mickey in the YouTube chat. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. I am just finishing, like, shoving some pizza in my gullet so that I have a really bad habit of I'll start stream and I won't eat during because I'm like, well, you really shouldn't eat during, right? You know? And then at the end of the night, I have to eat a bunch of food. And then that's not like the worst thing in the world, but it does mean that I cannot take Ambien. Ambien XLR no worky. XRL, just extended release, not XLR. XR. It no worky with food in your tummy. So that's a balancing act that I have to play sometimes. Anyway, that's why I'm snarfing some pizza right now. Hope everybody's doing well. You know, it's Tuesday. Hopefully for those of you who have a regular work week, it's going okay so far. Hopefully it's going okay so far. I am, you know, I got like a lot of editing to do this week. That's kind of my main work that I'm going to be doing this week. Working on editing, as well as the never-ending process of trying to keep one's kitchen clean as you're cooking in it on a regular basis. Always a good time. I like to buy the frozen pizzas. And then you just... Sorry, Baphomet. But the store brand ones are like $5. So, $5 or $6. So, I mean, if you consider, like, how much it could otherwise cost for 2 people to have dinner, not too bad. I just need to, like... Yeah, low effort pizza is a good kind of pizza. While we're still at the beginning of the stream, and there's hardly anybody here, I just have to say, I took a shower today, and I washed my body with no soap. I put oil all over my body to bind with the dirt and stuff on my skin. And then I used a non-soap cleanser in the shower. And then I fuck ton of moisturizer when I got out of the shower because I have been... Like, listen, I know that I'm the dragon streamer, right? I'm the dragon, but I don't want to be actually scaly like a lizard. You know? I might get some scale tattoos. Tattoos of scales on various parts of my body. That could be cool. Don't want the skin to actually be scaly like a lizard. So, we're trying a different system. And I'm trying to drink way more water. Trying to drink a lot more water than usual. So, that's what I'm dealing with today. I've been getting rashes from too hot of showers, you know? The dragon on the inside is coming out. True. Do you feel like a slice of pizza yourself? Or does your skin feel okay? I mean, my skin, it's itchy. It's itchy, but it was already itchy before I started the shower thing today. Like, before I did all of this work maintenance stuff this morning. You know, someone pointed out recently that a lot of the stuff that women do for self-care are just gender-affirming things. You ever think about that? Think about the kind of advice that people give for self-care. Yeah, I was like getting out of the shower and like all of my skin on the body parts that touch the hot water were like red. A couple showers in a row. So figured instead of avoiding showering, which was what I was starting to do, just find a different mixture. So one of the things that I was curious about today, Deities, or Deities, I'm not really sure how to pronounce it, from the YouTube chat earlier this week was, what's up, Guitar Rocker? Deities was like wanting to debate me about my take on Will Smith and Chris Rock and all that. So, I'm curious if they're gonna show up in chat. Not sure. I should probably DM them if they don't end up showing up tonight and see if they want to hang out and do a voice chat later this week. Do a little debate. Hello, Gayfish. I mean, oh yeah, I am supposed to ping the server. Yes. Oh my god, I cannot type lately. Thank you, Timerinia, for that. So if he wants to come in, I could potentially see myself being willing to do a debate about the Will Smith Chris Rock thing. I can't say I'm gonna take it super serious. Decoy duck with your ducks. So that's one thing. If Deities wants to come in, or I think other than that, you know, we'll just chill and kind of talk about whatever. I would love to continue playing Ori because I found my fucking Xbox controller, and I won't have to use this jank one with the screwy joystick. Either that, or I also started work on the Pepes and turning the Pepes into Dergs, but I don't know that I'm actually going to be very successful at that. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so might not be good, but I don't know. Would that be funny at all? I feel like that would be pretty boring to do on stream. Who knows? Yeah, Guitar Rocker in the YouTube chat. I just think the situation is funny between Chris Rock and Will Smith. I don't really have to have a side to pick between the two, and I think it's good for memes. My Xbox Series X controller lasted me through 500 grueling hours of intense Elden Ring gameplay so far. Might be looking into getting one for yourself. So, this one, I don't have any concept of how many hours of Rocket League this controller has put on it. You know, like the plastic at the top of this right here is like worn down. It's worn away up here on this edge from being like pushed up all the time. So on account of that, and like also the joystick is just fucked up because of constant Rocket League. The one that I have is the same, but red. Kind of dusty. This one's okay. I think the right trigger sticks sometimes, but I'm not too concerned about that. Xbox Series X controllers. Yeah, no, Xbox One controllers are super cheaply made and don't last long. Like, the buttons get sticky, they break, you know, like, they're not very high quality. It's good to have, you know, just a controller, and they fit the hand pretty nicely. I'm gonna go retrieve the other 2 pieces of pizza that I want to eat. Hold on. We're certainly not doing anything important until I finish eating this pizza. I don't have the Xbox One controllers that can be Bluetoothed to a PC, so I just have a wired 360 controller. I don't know. Well, whether they can do Bluetooth to a PC or not, I don't have a Bluetooth card in my PC, so I do have to wire mine in. I just didn't have it plugged in right this second. Yes, the stick drift. Oh, the stick drift. I see. I see. I see. Oh my goodness, Lucy. Are you gonna get zoomies? Weirdo. Yeah, I think it's the not on this one, on the black controller. That's definitely the issue that I've been having while playing Ori, is that there's drift. So like, maybe you all saw on the menu before, or it was just scrolling through the menu constantly, because the up button, like the up part of the joystick, was just pretending like it was being pushed even though it wasn't. Zoomies, more like Zoomer. True. He is only 12 years old. Nintendo got sued for the drift on the Joy-Cons. Yeah, the great thing about it is that they are just so aware of the issue that if you send in a claim for your drift on your things, they'll just send you new ones. And they don't bother to check. They're not like, send us your old ones. They just send you new ones. So if you ever have that problem, just so you know. What's up, Technetium? Welcome in. I have a Steam controller, but I didn't end up like using it super regularly. Yeah, drift and being bad will both get you killed in Elden Ring. I like how everybody's on board with the pizza dinner tonight. It's a good dinner. I think that there was news in the community, but I don't really know very much about the Libs of TikTok. Was it Libs of TikTok account? That sounds so frustrating, Baphomet. That feel when I'm good at Elden Ring and don't have stick drift and still die regularly to bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, I was just like, oh, was there any interesting news in the community that we could talk about? But like, I had no idea all the shit that was going on with the Libs of TikTok account. Like, I did not know about all the doxing. God, I'm really looking forward to the drama mama about it, because I feel like I'm gonna get filled in on what has happened. Get filled in like the Philip DeFranco show. One good thing about Elden Ring is that it definitely makes you better at earlier Dark Souls games. Gotta deal with too much extra bullshit, I guess. That doesn't really sound fun. Like, I am interested in playing Hollow Knight because of its supposed similarity to Ori and the Blind Forest, and because people always say it's hard, and I'm curious how hard it actually is. But, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I like 2D platformers, maybe is part of the difference. Bap. Hollow Knight is best night. Elden Ring is uniquely BS, and the Dark Souls games all feel really fair. Aside from that one. Interesting. Start with DS2 or DS3 if you want to get into FromSoft games. I mean, the wonderful thing about it is that I just don't have any interest That's the great thing about it. One last piece of pizza, y'all. And then I feel like we're probably going to play Ori. I mean, Timerinia, like, when I say the best part is that I don't care, I mean, like, when you care, you feel compelled to spend money on things. And I don't. I don't feel compelled to spend any money on FromSoft games. The virgin Dark Souls enjoyer versus the Chad Dark Souls dismisser. I really wish that I could get Okami to just work on my fucking computer. That would be great. But I'm gonna have to get it on my Switch. And then if I were to play it on stream, I'd have to set up a capture card somehow, but I'm not gonna do that. There's lots of good games. You don't have to play a game just because Reddit likes it. It's true. I have very unique taste in games. You wouldn't understand. Dark Souls 1 hasn't aged perfectly, but everyone should play it. By the way, donations are going to be going toward Lucy's vet bells. Thank you. And also, I will put on a corset. Do you want to see cleavage? $300. It's a pretty high price for cleavage, TBH. We're keeping it softcore in here, you know? I don't have an OF, you know? How much do you think feet pics should go for? I've thought about it. I wish this chat had a variant of the Mama Bloosh. Okay, I'm gonna make a note. Because I think I'm gonna just start working on making the custom emotes. Mama Bloosh. I'm not familiar with that one. I'll have to look at it. Do any of you use Yamero? Do any of you use Yamero on like any of the DGG or VGGs? You do use Yamero? Okay. I was like, I don't see people use it very often, so I wasn't sure if I should bother keeping it. Okay. Stop. Don't get rid of it. It means stop. Like don't. Like, I can't believe you're doing this. That's what yamero means when you're addressing a man or a masculine person. Or yamete if it is a girl. It's very situational. It can mean like a lot of different things, but like very broadly speaking, it's like, no, don't do that. Stop. Welcome in Indigo Ren in the YouTube chat. Oh, you're 6 days post-op surgery. Well, hell yeah. I am glad to see you here. Hope that you're recovering well. Oh, the emote itself is situational, which is why you don't see it used often. That makes sense. Can we get an Amogus emote? Maybe. Just finished season 1 of TNG and I want to move on to season 2 tonight. Baphomet, listen, no qualms whatsoever about you skipping out to watch TNG because season 2 is when it gets good. Like, it's got a rocky start, right? But it gets really good at that point. Yes, growing the beard. Yes, Indigo, hopefully we keep you entertained while you are recovering. Yeah, I enjoyed TNG. I haven't watched it through in a long time because usually when I want to watch TNG, I just go rewatch the one episode that I like, which I still have the episode of your podcast open. Gayfesh, I will listen to it. I don't know why I haven't just done it. I'm seeking like fiction right now. I just rewatched through Legend of Korra, even though I don't like that show. Yes, TNG is good. But yes, I plan on listening to the podcast. There are other good episodes of it too. I can't believe Jesse Gender with that take. Did you all see Jesse Gender with the take that Inner Light is an overhyped episode? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. I can't believe she would say such a thing. Blasphemy. She unfollowed you for saying that was a bad take? No. Oh no. Oh my god, why is the Kekvi so small? Is the Kekvi normally so small? Why is it so small? Juneau, Alaska, TNG is Star Trek The Next Generation. TNG. Why is the Kekvi so small? First of all, we need our own Kekvi. I need to go through... Someone give me a timestamp sometime of a time that I laugh hard enough to turn it into a Kekvi, okay? Well, no, yeah. It'll be a Kek L. Probably. Or, like, I don't know. Or Kek Z. I love Kek Z, but that's because it's like Skeksis. That's just such a good word. If nothing else, it has such good echolalia. The Skeksis. Dark Crystal, anybody? No longer Vaush. That is Voosh. Tiny Voosh. Yeah, why are you like this? It's literally set at the tallest height that it can be. Really weird. Yeah, Skeksis has mouthfeel off the charts. The movie was creepy. I loved it. I loved it so much. I liked that it was creepy, though. But Kek Z is good. Other than that, I want to try to leave the emotes the same names. Like Pepe Hands is still going to be Pepe Hands. It's not going to be like Durg Hands. That's what we would probably change all of it. Instead of Pepe, it would just be Durg, but I'm not going to do that to you. By the way, I'm so tempted to go back to WoW. I don't want to because Blizzard bad, but they just announced the new X pack and it's fucking dragons and you can play as dragons and there's new dragon flying. Gayfash, why would you tell me that? I just saw a video announcement from the World of Warcraft channel on my fucking front page of my YouTube, like an hour plus long video about the expansion. And I'm like, I don't want to know about it because I feel the same way, Gayfesh. I have been tempted for months and months, really. Like, my partner and I played a little bit of Classic together when they came up with Classic. Classic fucking sucks, by the way. Oh no, they had Alex Straza in this. Oh no. And then I played retail. Like, Shadowlands was out, but I was, you know how if you don't play for a really long time, they just give you some of the expansions in between. So I got to play like the one where you have your garrisons, and then I was starting to unlock the other races. I got most of the way through that. I didn't end up going through most of them on the Alliance side because I really just dislike playing the Alliance. So I'm gonna have to go back and like unlock all of those. But I have all of the dragon ones. My partner, before we quit playing like a decade ago when we played, I had been working my way toward, because I was an alchemist, I had been working my way toward getting the Vial of the Sands, which turns you into a dragon for your mount, and then someone else can ride you as a mount. Like, you fly around and you're in control, but they can ride your back. So like right at the end of my playing WoW, I got that. Like, my partner bought it for me with in-game currency, you know? So that was really cool. I enjoyed that. Are you trying to convince me, Gayfesh, to spend $15 a month for Blizzard stuff. Yeah, they tell... Hold on. Would you tell a crack addict about a new flavor of crack being released? A new flavor? Yeah, fair enough, Morningstar system. For me, even though I love the dragon stuff, it's too late. They can't get my money again. They took too long to be interesting. I really wish that it wasn't like a subscription fee, you know? You know, like it's bad enough that I pay Adobe for a subscription. Oh, you want to share my frustration with someone else so we can keep each other accountable and not do it and just stare with puppy dog eyes through the store window. If someone else buys it, and especially if they make it fucking free to play, because why is it still $15 a month? Your server upkeep cannot possibly be that expensive. World of Warcraft, true. Yes, we should not give Blizzard money. It's not good. Hey, Oteo, talking about not liking Legend of Korra. My siblings and I basically just can't talk about it because they always get mad that I don't like it. I clearly enjoy watching it, but I don't like most of what they did to the story. Like, I don't think the story was good. New bending stuff, very cool. Some of the spiritual stuff, cool. A lot of it, very annoying. So, my opinion. Oh, Baphomet, I'm not even seething about the new WoW X pack looking cool because I'd have to be compromising on my principles by giving Blizzard money. I'm seething because I know it'll just be the third awful expansion in a row, and they're just dangling that dragon race in front of my face like a carrot. Oh my god. They literally have tons of microtransactions now too. Just use those. Nobody else has a monthly fee. God, that's stupid. Sorry, what Technetium? CP rewritten? I don't know what that means. For Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign, you can use Affinity products, $50 each and no subscription. They're fantastic. Here's my thing, you guys. There's integration with Adobe products. That's the unfortunate thing, is like, you know the end credits? The credits at the end of the videos when I upload videos to my channel? That shit would be so incredibly time consuming. If I pay $5 a month for an app basically that connects with Adobe After Effects and just lets me port in the lists of my patrons, turning something that would take like, I don't know, like a half an hour now to type all the names, and like a half an hour to type all the names. Maybe not half an hour, that's a little bit ridiculous, but like to get everything like situated and like get the fucking timing of the animations right and stuff like that, like, and like then to be able to port that in to Premiere Pro directly. Very convenient. The overlays, like the little overlay that pops up and says like my name and my pronouns. Integration between After Effects and Premiere Pro. It's unfortunate. Just pirate Adobe software like a normal person. Do they communicate with one another correctly? If you, like, would they have that ability to work that way? If they're not legit? I have used all kinds of softwares obtained in all kinds of manners in the past. Yeah, it's the workflow. It's the workflow thing. Club Penguin fan server. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. Sorry for being out of the loop. I haven't seen Atla or Alloc since 2021, but like I feel like the odd one out of all my friends for actually liking LOK more. So here's a reason why I think that I'm more interested in watching LOK right now, and that is because I think that it's more politically interesting. Like I think it has more to say politically. Hello, Christian V. So for that reason, yes, but like you know, because the first series is like fascism bad, world domination bad, fascists bad. Pretty simple politically, very emotionally evocative, and because Korra is written worse, I don't care as much about the characters. Like it does a bad job of establishing the characters and making me care about them. So I find it less emotionally evocative and more politically interesting. Welcome, funny rhetorician. Because, you know, like, as opposed to being like fascism bad, we're fighting fascism, it's more about like how like it's interesting because it's like, kind of like an expression of neoliberal anxiety over all these different political ideologies challenging the status quo, because ultimately I think Zahir is right. I loved the combo elemental bending stuff, but I just couldn't get into it. And once I started learning more about political theory, I looked back at Korra and was like, oh, this is really weird centrist lib shit. Exactly. Zahir is 90% of why I love LOK more than Atla. See, I don't think that Zahir is reason to like the whole show better, but it is like Zahir is pretty much one of the best things. Like, have you ever considered how it is like necessary for the air nomad when there are a normal number of airbenders in the world? It is absolutely crucial that they be pacifistic or the world would just bow to them. There is nothing anyone can do against an airbender who decides to fuck your shit. Should I boop Jess of TGT that you're showing shoulder in your live stream because she loves when you're in femme mode? We don't want her to lose her mind completely with the prog, you know? Although, if we get to $300 in donos and site subs, I'll put on my bodice, which is even more femme mode, you know? Hey, you know what? That's fair enough, Baphomet. Also, sorry, Technetium. I guess we shouldn't stay on that for too much. We shouldn't stay on Korra too much. If you boop her, she may contribute to that dono goal. I mean, you can let her know. Sometimes we do some cross promo, you know? Guitar Rocker, you've not really missed anything. What we doing for stream today? Well, right now we're kind of just talking about whatever. We've started talking about Legend of Korra. I have no idea, old woman Josiah. Does that mean that it's gonna lapse in like 9 days? Maybe. Yeah, we're just talking about Legend of Korra and Avatar: The Last Airbender. I like Korra a lot. Aang was like frustrating. I don't vibe that way. He's an amazing character, but it's a frustrating mentality for me. Korra, that's 100%, 110% how I'd act in her position. I kind of see what you mean, Morningstar system. I find the, you know, the strict monkish, like, oh no, I can't do a violence, pretty silly. Personal opinion. But, yeah, I don't know why. I fixed it. Like, I literally, like, I went in and I have done everything in my power to fix it. Actually, does it need to be, is that the problem? Okay, is Kekvi normal now? Has chat automatically refreshed? Oh god. Okay, now it's large again. Okay. I'm learning the back end of the site. Now gosh is small. Yeah. Do we not use gouache very often on the various places where it gets used? Because I don't know if I should make one of those of me also, or if I'll just phase it out, you know? They're already on the hidden list. Oh, gosh is for when Vosh is on a God mode rant. I see. I thought okay. Do we have the headphones one? Because I need to get the headphones one. I love it when Vosh is like really going, and then people start putting the spittin' headphones one. That's my favorite. Yes, that one. I'm gonna have to go through and like, I don't know how to edit the Giphy ones. I'm gonna have to figure that shit out. The GIF ones that move. DJ Peppo, yes. Thank you, Mersh. I got this last year. Tattoo I got last year. Can we get out of the emotes menu, please? Whoa. There we go. Seething at Vosh right now because I watched his Elden Ring take and it was legit trash. He has the worst media takes. He agrees with me about Zahir being correct at the very minimum. In fairness, if DM's... I don't know if DM's chat has a variant and Vosh's chat is too fast-paced. True. The Washington Post did amazing journalism with this one and called out the Libs of TikTok account. Ooh. I want to get a tattoo of Captain America's shield with the Starfleet Delta instead of the star in the center. That's pretty cool. I want to get... I think I've already talked about this on stream. My next tattoo that I'm going to get is going to be the Full Metal Alchemist Ouroboros in the position that Envy has theirs, which is like midway up their thigh on the outer like side of their thigh, which is like probably gonna be my sexiest tattoo. I think that's gonna be my sexiest. I have one over here. I have one here. I have not that's the wrong wrist. I have this one here, and this one here. So I think like having one like halfway up my thigh is definitely going to be like the most horny tattoo that I have. Mama Mauled is our closest equivalent to gosh. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look over Mama's emotes and see if there's any that we need copies of, cuz I realized while I streamed recently I did a salute. And then I was like, oh, Mama has like K-Comrade, right? I was like, should I clip this and go ahead and... Because Technetium was saying like, oh, I have to leave to go to work. And I saluted Technetium. Envy fittingly gives me gender envy, yes. Envy was like fascinating to me as a youngling. Which is why I want that one. Shit like the battles are balanced for melee and the fights are unfair, but also the player is unfair, which is why casting is so broken. Like, say you haven't played a caster without saying you haven't played a caster. Fair. Mama Mauled is a good emote. I'll have to look at it. Mama Mauled? Oh, God. I don't want to, like, type it. That would be the easiest way to do it. Sussy Baka. Oh, my God. It seems like once you do this for a while, the emotes just, like, continue to spiral out of control. Like, just that's the general impression that I get. Anyway. Goodbye, Timerinia. See you later. Oh, yikes, Natalie Marie. Jeez Louise. Vosh is pretty sussy, TBH. I mean, he's pretty sussy sometimes. I was going to try to read this article, which was sent in chat, but I don't think it opened. I feel like I clicked it, and then it just didn't go anywhere. Funny Rhetorician asks if I do call-in streams. Sometimes. It's a very particular mood kind of thing, because I am a diva who likes to go at my own pace. So, I do call in streams sometimes. We had someone call in on Sunday. That was my first, like, oh, we're going to talk to someone I disagree with, you know? I think we are probably going to end up doing the kind of streams where we talk to someone we disagree with more than we talk to someone we agree with. Because I just personally don't have as good of a time. And also, like, as far as I can tell, times when I'm having a call with someone are pretty low dono hours. And this is my job. I need to do something clearly more entertaining than have kind call-in streams as far as, like, you know, paying my bills goes. That is an unfortunate thing, everybody. I have to make those kind of decisions. Okay, thank you for the link. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, Wapo, with your fucking begging me for money. I was the one who was begging for money just now. Someone explained to me that I needed to disable JavaScript, I think, right? Excuse me. In order to read this article. I don't remember how I do that. How do I do that? Where is it? Mersh, are you asking me if I was JROTC? No. And have I been in the military? No. When you're in spicy mode, should your nickname be Spicy Lux or Diva Lux? Both of those sound horrible. Natalie Marie, what are you talking about? Listening to whom say what stuff? I saw a bunch of clips from libs of TikTok that were coping over the fact that schools teach kids about queer issues and called things that were completely age appropriate, quote, inappropriate for kids. Yes, I've heard that. Okay, well, I'll keep that tab open. I'm just reading. I'm doing some reading real quick. I'm gonna need to step away and get a cup of water here in a minute. Okay. I'm doing a little magic. Trying to, anyway. Okay, hold on. I gotta read again. Okay, let me see if this works. Did I do it? Can I read the fucking article now? I can read the article now. Okay. Ooh, so we are going to talk about libs of TikTok. We're going to read this Washington Post article since it was linked. This is as easy as it is, you all. To get your content on the stream, literally all you have to do is find a, like, dull moment and post a link. You know? Oh, yeah. Sorry, Natalie Marie. Frustrating to listen to another trans person saying the stuff about the trans medicalist. Yeah. She's just older, you know. This isn't really a sweater. It's like, this is like a Renaissance Festival top. And I've had it for such a long time that I have no idea where it came from. No idea. It's probably older than me. True, yeah. Some parents consider telling kids that gay people exist to be age inappropriate. It is delusional shit. So, yes, I'm gonna move these things around. I feel like it really would be better for my brand if I just pretended to be single, and then I could like let people lust after me, and be like, ooh, give me money, I'll put on a corset. Jeez Louise. I feel like 3K is the minimum for feet pics. Like 3K, that's the minimum. If you want literally anything other than just pretty hastily taken feet pics, it's gonna be an upcharge immediately. Do you want the toenails painted, bitch? That's like an extra fucking 300 at least. Any takers? Okay. So, let's see. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. That lines up pretty good. Meet the woman behind libs of TikTok, secretly fueling the rights outrage machine. Before we do that, I am going to get some water before I thrash my voice reading for 12 million hours like I did the other day. Do you think that it would be considered like, one of the things that you don't get away with fair use is things which inhibit the market of the original thing? Like, if I were to publish the video where I kind of paraphrase what Cat Black's blog post said, is that like taking it kind of, yeah, that's definitely right. Like, that's pretty much providing people with a way to shortcut viewing the content without having to actually read her words. I think that has to remain on the VOD. BRB. have truly undergone a metamorphosis over the last few years. Because it's been like a little bit rainy and like cloudy and stuff these past couple weeks, and I'm just like getting really fucking annoyed about it. Like, please. Give me sunlight. Oh yeah, sorry, Decoy Duck. I guess, why did I bring up feet pics? I don't know. OnlyFans, femme mode, Jess from TGT being horny for me. Listen, I have an alt, you guys. I just don't invite everyone to follow it. Like, I've already posted pictures of me and like how incredible my boobs look when I'm wearing a corset, but I haven't posted them publicly yet. So, thank you, HoloKen, for the compliment. I feel like I'm looking pretty snazzy today. I like wearing my Ren Fair gear, and like this is my bodice. I put corset up here. It says corset, or no, that's wrong. Over there, it says corset, but it's actually a bodice, just to make it easier for people to understand. But like it's reversible. It's totally reversible. And my boobs look amazing in it. That's why there's such a high bar of price on it. I like sunlight, but I also like rain, which is good because I live in Seattle. True. Yeah, I kind of would like to live in the Pacific Northwest, or I have wanted that in the past, but I don't know now. I'm like really annoyed by how cloudy it's been lately. Yeah, I can't say I would ever let a foot fetishist touch my feet. I would not be cool with that, I don't think, but I would do pics pretty easily. I'd say you get used to it, but I knew a lot of depressed people when I lived there. I need to just take vitamin D. No, HoloKin, you're right. We should go ahead and do that before we get into reading this article, which I would love to do. We should do homework. So I gave you all homework last week on Tuesday, which was sometime between then and now. I wanted you to go in, like, find one of my videos that you could share with someone, and then just take a screenshot of your message where you shared it to someone, or you posted in wherever, Discord or Twitter, whatever. If you have a screenshot of you having done that in the last week that you haven't submitted yet, in the Discord, there is a channel called Homework. And I am going to give specific and lavish compliments. Get a light box. I mean, I have plant lights, you know. Yeah, I'll accept old screen caps for this time. This is the only time that we're doing very, very much retroactive screenshotting, though. Because if we do it again, it's going to have to be like, oh yeah, you did it a new time, you know? Can't get recycled credit. Since this is the first time we're doing it, this is the only time that we can get credit for previous work done. So we're doing this because the channel has been consistently dropping subscribers over the past couple months, really, the entire year. But it's interesting because it does like start to recover a bit. Like it'll dip down and then it'll start to come back up and then it'll come back down. I really wish that I had clearer metrics on the number of actual people leaving per day and joining per day, but instead it just tells me the total balance for the end of the day, you know? Like if I lose 3 and gain 1 in one day, it just says -2 for that day. sun can be overstimulating. Content gets better, subscribers drop, very confusing. You know, it's I cultivated an audience of squares. I guess. Oh, Christian V. Well, you know, I guess from here on out, it's open for Tuesdays. You know, I should do this every week, I guess. We should go ahead and do this every week. So we have 2 submissions for homework this week. I appreciate both of these folks. We had Timerinia, which shared my video called Luxander Now Using Its Pronouns Explained. Also, I'm agender now with someone over Discord. And Timerinia uses they, them pronouns. Okay. Timerinia has scales that shine like justice and wings which beat ferociously and strike terror in the hearts of any who walk the land below. Thank you, Timerinia. We also have one from Holokin, which I very much appreciate. Holokin also shared on Discord a video of mine called Are Bi Lesbians a Thing? Which is, in my opinion, one of the most banger videos that I have ever created. Classic. Holokin has some fucking cool pronouns. First of all, Lee, Lev, and they, them. Those are some sick pronouns. That's not the compliment, though. Holokin has an uncountable number of tentacles with which they can deliver the utmost human experiences of pleasure and pain, which can drive you to madness in a very Lovecraftian manner. Respect them. Those were all off the top. That's what you're going to expect in this section from here on out, anytime we do this in the future. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, Beefy Kent. I think there is such a thing on the left as toxic idealism. And if you don't conform to those expectations, you lose subs / get dragged. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the vibe every single time. But this is another instance of Lux stealing ideas from other people. Does anybody in here watch... We're not going to talk about this for very long, okay? Does anybody in here watch Overanalyzing Avatar? It's called inspiration, not theft. True. Because Overanalyzing Avatar has a Patreon tier, a couple Patreon tiers that are like, this is the fuck you money. Like where you just set an unreasonably high tier for no fucking reason. And it just turned into like, he just gives compliments to those people at the fuck you money tiers. So that's part of why I got that idea from. I am older than time, stronger than diamond, tentacled, and looking for love this time on Monster Seeking Monster. Excellent. I know, stealing is against the 10 Commandments. It's true. Bro, I'm gonna have to, like, restructure the microphone situation, because this is just too high. I need to adjust the fucking tension. Anyway, hopefully everybody enjoyed that little segment. Thank you for reminding me about the fact that I was supposed to do the compliments. Interesting. One of the few atheist podcasts I still listen to compliments their patrons' genitals non-specifically every week, which TBH is the first thing I thought of. That's really weird. I don't know how I would pull that off. I don't know how I would pull that off. It would be weird. It would be very strange. Okay. Oh my god. I am an attention seeker. I will always remember something that offers a social reward. ADHD, yes, true. Okay. A popular Twitter account has morphed into a social media phenomenon, spreading anti-LGBTQ plus sentiment and shaping public discourse, by Taylor Lorenz. Focus. The bot is still down, or there would be exclamation mark focuses happening right now. I mean, you can still do it. The bot just won't respond. I should probably message White Nervosa about that finally. There, fucking make a note about it, so I'll actually do it this time. On March 8th, a Twitter account called Libs of TikTok posted a video of a woman teaching sex education to children in Kentucky, calling the woman in the video a, quote, predator. The next evening, the same clip was featured on Laura Ingram's Fox News program, prompting the host to ask, quote, when did our public schools, any schools, become what are essentially grooming centers for gender identity radicals? Libs of TikTok reposts a steady stream of TikTok videos and social media posts, primarily from queer people, often including incendiary framing designed to generate outrage. Oh my god. They quickly find their way to influential names in right-wing media. They've been shaping right-wing media, impacting anti-LGBTQ legislation, and influencing millions, posting these viral videos aimed at inciting outrage among the right. Yeah, didn't they end up with like 700,000 followers or some crazy shit like that? Hold up. Hold up. Wait. Okay, I had to change the stream title. So sorry for that. Thank you. It's an anonymous account with a deep and far-reaching impact, amplified by high-profile media figures, right-wing influencers. The tweets. Okay, yeah. So it's Libs of TikTok on Twitter talking about liberals on TikTok. I guess I don't know. 648,000 Twitter followers. They've become an agenda setter in right-wing online discourse. The content shows a direct correlation with the recent push in legislation and rhetoric directly targeting the queer community. The account has been promoted by Joe Rogan. Has anything coming on? You tell me some of the stuff that's done. Relying on the endless stream of content from TikTok and the internet to cast any individual trans person as a new villain in their story. The woman behind the account appeared anonymously on Tucker Carlson's show to complain about being temporarily suspended for violating Twitter's community guidelines. That's pretty embarrassing. Okay, she minimized COVID, cast doubt on the election results, and promoted a dubious story about a child sex trafficking ring. Began doubling down on election fraud conspiracies using QAnon-related language. Wow. It's like none of these things individually are like all that shocking to me anymore. You know? I don't find it all that... Like, I just don't know how to... I don't know what response there is to have, ultimately. Which way? That's pretty good. Whoa. I guess it's surprising that she got so many followers, but even that isn't all that surprising. Good night, Holokin. Yes, thank you for sticking around for a little bit, and I hope you sleep well. True, Beefy Kent. Yeah, most frustrating thing about this basic rightoid playbook shit is that it works. Mass appeal to the lowest of brows. When violence broke out at the Capitol on January 6, she tweeted a play-by-play account claiming to be on the ground. She posted videos from the crowd and spoke of tear gas being deployed. She claimed that it was peaceful compared to a, quote, BLM protest after the fact. Cycles through more Twitter names. Okay, is there anything else? Okay, it's a parody account thing. We're talking about a parody account of Joe Biden's houseplant. Sounds kind of boring. Libs of TikTok is one of the greatest fucking accounts of all time, Joe Rogan said. Apparently. Gaining more prominence throughout the end of the last year. Attacks on LGBTQ plus community escalated. By January, the page was leaning hard into the groomer discourse, calling for any teacher who comes out as gay to their students to be fired on the spot, quote unquote. Her anti-trans tweets especially went viral, calling on her followers to contact schools that were allowing, quote, boys in the girls' bathrooms, and pushed the false conspiracy theory that schools were installing litter boxes in bathrooms for children who identify as cats. Wow, that's pretty lame. Yeah, this article the one that breaks the identity of the person? Because it ended up being like, yeah, it's totally traceable. And they say her name a bunch. Rychik. The last name. She also purported that adults who teach kids about queer issues are abusive, that being gender nonconforming or an ally to the queer community is a mental illness, and referred to schools as, quote, government-run indoctrination camps for the LGBTQ plus community. Yeah, I mean, the awful thing about this is that I'm just, like, unfazed, because this is just the kind of standard rhetoric. Like, this is where the Overton window is. By the way, people use that phrase a lot. If you don't know what Overton window means, it just means, like that is the currently acceptable rhetorical framework that exists. You know, like, the Overton window is so far to the right that things like making being a landlord illegal are, like, not on the table. Like, being anti-landlord is outside of the Overton window, for example. So it's normal rhetoric. This is where the Overton window has shifted toward, is that the grooming rhetoric is normalized. Like, I was just called a pedophile 2 days ago by people on Twitter for advocating that trans kids should be, like, allowed to go on puberty blockers. And that's like a thing that could be good for them, you know? So yeah. Actually, the specific thing that people started calling me a pedophile over was the suggestion that, like, the question of why is it not normal if consent is the issue for all kids to be on blockers until some established age of consent. But that's never the issue. They've started repeatedly saying to me, like, oh, if you let kids go through puberty, then they don't transition. And none of them can provide me a study about it. And the thing is that here's something that you need to keep in mind. Even if there were a study that showed, like, forcing kids to go through natural puberty, quote unquote, like, makes them stop identifying as trans, you would need to have a follow-up study after 2 years, after 5 years, after 10 years, after 15 probably, because otherwise the only thing that you have effectively proven to me is that what I already know, which is conversion therapy is highly effective in the short term. Congrats. That's all you've shown me. Yeah, that's why the right attacks education so hard. They prize misinformation as their weapon to shift the Overton window through manipulating public discourse. Yup. I don't, who is Drennan? I'm skimming, so I missed out on whoever this person is, but this person is saying Libs of TikTok is shaping our entire political conversation about the rights of queer people to participate in society. It feels like they're single-handedly taking us back a decade in terms of the public discourse around queer rights. It's like nothing we've ever really seen. That's interesting that this account is being credited with having pushed the Overton window so far that direction. Oh, no, you're not wrong, Mersh. It's just that they don't actually care about hurting children. They just appeal to the fact that hurting children is a, like, you know, human, like, against human instinct, really, to manipulate people. But when it comes to actually hurting kids, they don't care. DeSantis's press secretary, Christina Pushaw, credited the account Libs of TikTok with, quote, opening her eyes and informing her views on the state's restrictive legislation that bans discussion of sexuality or gender identity in kindergarten through third grade, the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida. That's depressing. She and the account have interacted with each other at least 138 times publicly. That sucks. As the legislation progressed before eventually being signed into law, the Libs of TikTok account ramped up the attacks, flooding the feed with accusations of, quote, grooming. The right-wing media and influential conservative figureheads used anti-queer content from Libs of TikTok account as fuel for their arguments. Oh, interesting, Beefy Kent. The account is very good at what I call nut picking, to the extent that when they put something fairly innocuous on the channel, it looks like it's nuts. At least that's how it seems to me. Well, Forrest, you're young, and the thing is that when you were young, this was how we were spoken about. When you were like a baby and therefore unaware. We have been dragging them slowly away from that. You know, like gay marriage became legal when you were, what, in your early teens? It's that they never stopped actually believing those things. They were just waiting. They were just biding their time. Yeah. So you were pretty young when gay marriage became legal. They were just waiting. And they continued believing this shit the entire time, you know. It just wasn't socially acceptable to be anti-gay. But they've been chipping away at it with the trans people. So, you know, now that there are concerns about children and trans people, they just lump all of us together, by the way. This is also part of why people are always like, oh, trans people are like totally separate from like the LGB. Like our issues are just totally different. No, they're fucking not. Guess what? They target us both together. We're degenerates together. It's all the same shit. If trans people are getting thrown under the bus, gay people are getting thrown under the bus too, you know? Progress isn't a straight line, and a big bubble of pushback like this is to be expected. We've just got to stay sane and keep pushing that progress. I mean, yeah, death throes of a failing ideology, or the death throes of, like, they're just going to have to find a different manner of keeping people, like, separated, you know? Yeah, Mersh has the firsthand experience of what it was like being queer in the 80s. It was a very, very shitty time. And yeah, you're being called out for Zoomer posting a little bit. I mean, listen, Forrest, it's nothing against you. Like, someone posted on Twitter recently. I'm getting distracted. Someone posted on Twitter recently that it's possible that some of the anxiety and tension that exists amongst the Zoomer queer people is like they've grown up in a world where they're basically always being told like being gay is okay, but then any actual expression of outward gayness is like suppressed, sometimes violently, you know? So then they, in trying to get queer people to do what they believe is correct, like what they've been taught is correct, they're like, you can be whatever you want, but you can't do kink at Pride. Like, you can't wear that collar in public, you know? You can't, any actual expression of gayness is deviant and not good, you know? Because that they have just been told that. So like, the messaging that you all have grown up with is basically like being told to your face that being queer is okay, but like it's basically you all have just been gaslit pretty profoundly about how it's not actually like none of these people are actually okay with you being gay. Like, they're not actually okay with you being queer. Yeah, gotta make sure you youngsters don't get black-pilled because you're the ones with all the energy. Anywho. Oh, let me move this back over here, I guess. Me. What is going on my phone? Oh, Bill Wirtz put up a music. That's cool. I like when Bill Wirtz puts up a music. Oh my gosh. Fox News hosts Jesse Waters and Tucker Carlson began featuring content straight from Libs of TikTok on air, with Carlson urging his viewers to follow it, quote, before it's banned if you want to know what may be happening in your child's school. As the account has grown in prominence, Rychik has tried to stay anonymous. When registering the domain Libs of TikTok, she used her full name and cell phone number linked to her real estate salesperson contact information. When a reporter called the phone number registered to her real estate profile, the woman who answered hung up after the reporter identified herself as calling from WAPO. A woman at the address listed to Rychik's name in Los Angeles declined to identify herself. Yeah, so she's been fully doxxed. I saw Tucker promoting that account. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I didn't do this all for money or fame, she says. I'm not some politician or blue check journalist. I feel like there are so many small stories that are so important that aren't getting out, and that's what I'm here for. I'm skimming. We're skimming. I see a shared spirit in Libs of TikTok and the appetite for it in right-wing media more broadly, which is turning neighbor against neighbor and turning any individual into an enforcer of this very strict gender regime, this person says. Tyler Wynn, a former English teacher in Oklahoma, posted a video telling queer kids shunned by their parents that Rin was, quote, proud of them and loved them. It was featured on Libs of TikTok last week. Since being featured on the page, Rin has been barraged with harassment and death threats. Quote, I've always seen myself as the type of teacher to stand up for marginalized voices. I see fellow teachers on TikTok speak out for our disenfranchised students, and they're getting the same sort of harassment too. Oh my God. The popularity of Libs of TikTok comes at a time when far-right communities across the internet have begun doxing school officials and calling for their execution. Parents of queer youth have been driven out of their towns, Local school board members have reported death threats. She has encouraged her audience to overtake school boards and run in local elections. These people, she said, referring to members of the queer community, some of them are literally evil and grooming kids. They should not be in schools. They should not be teachers. It's pretty, like, abhorrent. Libs of TikTok is playing on fears and misunderstandings of who trans people are, while amping up extreme rhetoric and normalizing portraying queer people as inherently dangerous to children. It's hard to stoke moral panic without main characters, and the role Libs of TikTok is playing is finding those characters. So, ultimately pretty upsetting and disheartening, because, I mean, it should be pretty obvious, you know, queer people are not inherently, like, dangerous to be around children. Like, wanting kids to know what queer people are is not grooming. Using the word grooming in this way is taking the meaning out of it and makes it harder for people who advocate against child harm to do their jobs. So, pretty upsetting. I didn't know Libs of TikTok was this well known outside of political Twitter spheres. Yeah, me neither. I didn't have any idea that, like, this one fucking... The best part is that Glenn Greenwald accidentally confirmed the docs. That's pretty funny. They never want to publicly own their bullshit unless they're in a protected position of privilege like Tucker. That's true. Yeah, I don't know why the FBI is not doing something with the violence promoting account. It seems like I've heard some reports that Twitter and Facebook like have to let conservative messaging slide even when it literally breaks TOS, because otherwise they will seem to be cracking down harder on conservatives. Statistically, cishet people are more likely to abuse kids. I would be curious to see the numbers on that, because that would be the thing that I've started doing, and I've mentioned this last time, is when I'm advocating for children's autonomy by like saying like they deserve the right, they have the right to transition, you know, like they should be able to be on puberty blockers to manage their dysphoria. If someone goes from there, or like I think kids should know about different family structures. They should know that some people have two mommies, you know. If they say that you're a pedophile when you're having a discussion like that, the thing that I've been doing lately is being like, that is so far from what I was discussing that it makes me think you spend too much time thinking about children and sex at the same time. And you're making me uncomfortable. Reverse. My new tactic. Anyway, that was pretty depressing to read. Looking forward to Demon Mama's more in-depth review tomorrow, or whenever she gets around to it. I don't actually know if it'll be tomorrow. I hope so. We love the Demon Mama streams. I'm doing trauma therapy in the morning tomorrow, so it would be definitely nice to have a stream to like chill out to. Holy shit, seriously, bro. Fucking stop. This is so annoying. Okay. How about this one? Stay. Okay, I guess that's slightly better. I have to change the tension in the whole thing. Demon Mama is going to be covering that Libs of TikTok thing that we were just talking about. She's going to be doing a Drama Mama either tomorrow or maybe later in the week. The ultimate enemy of the stream, the boom. It's true. My old boom is such a piece of shit. This one's better, but it has really high tension. Anyone who wants to eliminate queer education from school literally supports harming children. True. Oh my god, what are you doing? Catholic priests, Boy Scout leaders, and Christian youth pastors tend to have a problem too. That's true. And they just end up moving them around. They just say, oh, no issues, no problemo. We just scoot you to a different place. We just scoot you to a different spot. Not good. Do we think Ori tonight? I've been seeing a number of trans femmes getting FFS and recently seen some of their after pics, and wow, I kind of want to look into it now. Yeah, I have seen some incredible FFS results. Oh my god, my legs. I have to fold them. But yeah, the first person who I watched do FFS was Steph Sagnotti, who does very different work now, but we're proud of her. And it seemed pretty fucking gnarly, TBH. FFS sounds like pretty fucking traumatic, but the great thing is that you can just do so many different procedures at the same time. Like, that's the nice thing about it, is like you can get your brow done, and your nose done, and your lips done, and your trach shaved, and your jaw done, like all at the same time. Circlebird in the YouTube says, I saw someone who looked like her own daughter afterward. It was incredible. It's pretty awesome. Quarbarian said, I had my FFS consult yesterday, and the surgeon said we should be able to get it booked in the next 2 to 3 months. That's fucking awesome, Quarbarian. Congratulations. I hope that it gives you, you know, everything you could possibly want. People are, it takes a little while for you to settle. Like, I think it takes, like, basically an entire year, as far as I can tell, for all of the swelling and shit to go back down to, like, know what you actually look like. So that's pretty cool. That's like a weird, you're going to be like in a cocoon for a year as you metamorphose into your true self. I fully support turning the narrative back around them, Forrest says. Oh, you want to remove sex education from school, which would prevent children from recognizing and reporting abuse? Groomer. Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Perfect. But yeah, mad respect for everybody who does FFS. I know it's like, for most people, like more important than bottom surgery. I've known several people who've gotten FFS before bottom surgery, or at least they didn't talk about getting bottom surgery as much as FFS. You know, if they got it first, they didn't talk about it. Anywho. I'm going to open up Ori. I'm really glad that I actually, like, I do feel like I want to straighten my nose. Like, because my face, like, the two halves of my face are really drastically different based on which, like, direction you're viewing me from. Like, this is the part of my face that I don't like. It's so much broader because my nose is pointed to the left. So this is the side that I usually take pics from. It's like this side. This is the side that you view me from, obviously. I would kind of like to straighten it. Because I think if I straightened it, that would also, like, the top of my lip is not, like, perfectly in line either. So that would make this, like, part of the skin here would be, like, straight up and down instead of, like, curved off to the side. I don't know. Is FMS much of a thing? Oh, it is. Yeah. People get like jaw and chin implants. I don't know if they get like brow implants, but that would be the next thing that would make sense to me. I could maybe I imagine that maybe they might remove some fat from the skin, from the face. I'm not sure. I've never looked into it, but yes, people do it. Cis people do it too. Like cis people get chin implants. Yeah, you yourself and everyone else see your face way more often than your private, so I think it makes sense. Yeah, it's like for safety, you know, for like Natalie and Abigail, they're on camera all the time and they have to view themselves while they're editing. Like, it makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, I kind of do wish that my fucking nose were straight. I just don't. Like, when it comes to like quote-unquote cosmetic surgeries, you bet I'm gonna get a dick before I get a nose job. I don't know, if the nose job was only like $200, maybe I'd do it, but doubt it. I gotta get my cord so I can plug this in. Ah, no! Come back. I'm cute, OMG. Am I? Guys, I don't think that I'm bad looking. Okay? I know better than that. I just don't like my nose. I can dislike one aspect of my features and still think that overall it's pretty good. I want my face to soften. Even when I'm dressing femme and wearing makeup, my face still looks a bit masculine compared to cis women and trans women on hormones. Yeah. I just have the daily struggle. Like, my face is never masculine or feminine enough. It's just... It's always gone to one side. It's not from an injury that I'm aware of. Bobby Tower says, I had facial surgery for medical reasons and it was so painful I could never imagine doing anything like that willingly, but props to those who do. You're beautiful. It would be very intense. Mad respect for anybody who deals with that shit. Yeah, it's a pre-HRT mood. But yeah, no. I feel pretty confident. Oh, come on. About my appearance. I just wish that my nose wasn't fucking crooked. Oh, we're doing the Misty Woods. Alright. I know, the music is so good. Speaking of music, you all, I think that I have to write and perform, like, I have to write and record my own bathroom song, right? Right? Like, that's like the thing that makes the most sense for me to do. Whoops. Fucked that up. Alright. I'm just like trying to get accustomed to like where are we and what are we supposed to be doing. No. Okay. I just gotta like warm up a little bit. Yeah, I want both, but I would pick FFS every time, no question, says Circlebird. Yeah, I get the impression, generally, that people prioritize that one. Nope, fuck. I don't love that this place has so many fucking, like, trees and shit in the foreground that I can't see through. Pretty irritating, if I'm being totally honest, but that's alright. Oh, yeah, I forgot about holding RT. I can float now. Ah! I really need more health, guys. I need more, like, life cell dudes. Okay, here we go. Hello. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, this is fun. Okay, I did it. Whoa. Please let me save. Okay, good. Okay, I saved. Analia with the $5 dono. I appreciate that. Thank you. Analia, you can do a, you don't have a pretty color name. Next time you should do a sub. You should do a sub so that you have a pretty color name in chat. Ooh. But thank you for your $5. That was very generous of you. $5 donated is good whether you get a colored name or not. It isn't called Ori and the Visible Forest. God, true forest. Oh, thank you. Yes, yes, I should change that, because you've just helped us break through the barrier of the first dono. So, update about Lucy. So, one of the main reasons I ended up taking him in was that his resting breathing rate was too high. Oh, I need to change the title of the stream. His resting breathing rate was like 40. And it should have been like, between 15 and 30. So, last week it was too high. He got the antibiotic. Earlier today, I checked his breathing pace again, and his resting breathing rate was like 32. So, he's breathing better. Isn't Libs of TikTok that one Twitter channel that was run by an arms dealer? Or am I thinking of someone else? I'm not sure. Are you talking about that one that's like, yes, I'm a little and an arms dealer? That's so weird and cringe. Okay. I don't actually need this health, because I managed to not fuck it up last time, that's alright. Whoa. Okay, cool. That was neat. What the fuck? Oh, stuff changes. Whoop. Okay. Oh, everything is all wobbly. Deceived by the mist, they were lost in the woods. Yes, stuff changes in this zone. Whoa, shit. Surely, oh goodness gracious, surely there's something that we could talk about while I'm doing this. This vaguely reminds me of the person who runs the Taylor Swift Updates Twitter account going to jail for refusing to join the IDF. I remember that too. Atsu's torch, it was lost in this place. If we carry it to the Shrouded Lantern, it might show us the way. Okay. Oh, but there's no map here, so I have no idea how to get there. Those lamps do something, but I don't know what. Stuff changed. But I don't know where. Just know that stuff changed. They are a different kind of lamp that you interact with a different ability later. Oh. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. I want that juicy... Oh, I wanted... Oh, how far away was that? That was really far. Oops. We'll have to save again. At the nearest convenience. Such as right here. Yeah, Mersh, buying a new wardrobe is not good in the best of times. It's not a fun time, you know? So many explodies. Oh, no, can't get up there? Can I not? I don't think I can get up there. I've had a number of, Good night, Indigo. Yes, good luck at your post-op tomorrow. Sleep well. All that shit. Yeah, go get your gun. Lives of TikTok is an example of play stupid games, win stupid prizes. True. Okay, yes, and then you have to look at the tree. Tell me about the tree. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've had like a number of really interesting discussions this week about the whole like trans kids need puberty blockers thing. People have been saying that Lupron is like basically like actually dangerous for kids to take, like medication that blocks puberty. Has anybody like heard anything about that? Like, they cite things that say, like, oh, 4,000 kids have had whatever issue, and that, you know, 4,000 kids out of how many who've taken it, you know, like, that they don't necessarily say. What's over here? Oh, I have a spirit thingy. Oh, nope. So that's one thing that I hear. People keep being like, these drugs aren't harmful. Oh, god damn it. They're like, even if you don't account for the fact that they, cause issues with bone degeneration and all this shit, like, medicine itself isn't safe to take, so I've shifted to being like, okay, well, I support continuing to research this area, and continue on in that direction rather than- God fucking damn it. Continue on in that direction rather than, like, just being like, oh, they need help, and help can be something other than medical care. Like, people just are just deeply uneducated about gender dysphoria. Like, as though we haven't been doing- God fucking damn it. As though we haven't been doing therapy as, like, the first resort for fucking, like, literally at least decades at this point. Like, as though therapy and like trying to figure out if you are just gender non-conforming is not the first step. Like, as though most people who are trans don't kind of wish that they could just be gender non-conforming and like don't have like a phase, actually earnestly a genuine phase where they try to be gender non-conforming before they end up coming out, you know? Like, it's astounding to me sometimes. Cannot create a soul link in your enemies. Can I do it here? Okay, good. Oh, shit. Okay. That was... that was tough. I was surprised that I made it through without dying. Whoop. This guy doesn't have much power in a little tunnel like that. Oh gosh, okay. That needs to be ground stomped, I guess. Whoop, shit. Okay. What's over there? Yeah, research, we don't do that here. Every medicine has side effects. The medical professionals do a cost-benefit analysis every time they prescribe any kind of medication for any reason. That's part of what I kept saying. And then they would be like, well, the standards of care are different in every place. The medical professionals can't even decide. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, like, different people feel differently in different places. And also, like, most of society is transphobic. So, like, yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised when the majority of the cases are, you know, like, being treated wrongly, you know, as though, like, most endocrinologists don't, like, openly acknowledge that they weren't trained on how to treat trans people, and then the results for the test questions for, like, how to treat trans people, they don't answer them correctly in correlation with their own self-reported lack of knowledge. Like, people don't understand that sometimes shit doesn't mean what you think it means, you know? It's exactly like I was saying earlier about how the... you know, just because you can provide me a study that says kids who are forced to go through puberty desist in saying that they're trans, like, all you're showing me is that conversion therapy is effective in the short term. That does not tell me anything about their long-term, any long-term information about their health, you know? Whether they continued to desist? Oh, fucking Christ. God, I don't like those. I don't like those guys that shoost you. Wow, can you fucking go suck a huge ding-dong? Wow. How do you deal with fucking two of those bitches? Like, that's... okay, also, how do you not get hit there? Pretty fucking stupid. Pretty fucking... pretty fucking arsler. Stop, you fucking huge cunt. Why? Okay, great. Y'all, we all agree on everything. Someone needs to take one for the team and get yelled at by Zeph in VC. I don't want it to be... you can't be disingenuous, you know? That takes the fun out of it. Okay, where are we going? What's happening down here? This feels ominous. This feels like I'm about to get chased by a spider. Oh, okay. Nope. Tatsu used to climb the mountains atop Sorrow Pass. When her brother's torch faded, she fell to the mists where she lost her path. Give me the moves, give me the moves. There are definitely transphobic doctors. The one that first found my PCOS became visibly angry when I refused to try to correct it with estrogen. Yes. Oh, thank Christ. Oh, thank fucking Christ. Okay. Now I have the ability to just climb. Great. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Fuck. Okay. Yes. Press and hold RT against a wall to climb its surface. Cool, 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 cool. I think it killed itself on the spikes. It's okay if we end up not able to do, it's okay if we end up not really able to do debates, you know? I'd rather have a chill community that agrees on shit than a community full of fucking really annoying people. You know? That's just my personal feeling. Why is nothing... Why was nothing doing anything? Bro. Are you for real? Yeah, it killed itself on the spikes. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I'm okay with having a community of people who mostly agree with shit, as long as I don't have to deal with anything annoying. That's what the important thing is that I am not annoyed. Okay, what, girl, why? That was so rude. Oh. Interesting. Okay. A good spicy topic like best TNG episode or something. I mean, is it really, is there really any question that Measure of a Man is the best episode of Star Trek The Next Generation? Is there really, like, is that up for debate? If anybody doesn't know, that is the episode where, Data's humanness, like his personhood, is up for debate legally. And they have, like, a whole trial where Picard represents him and Riker represents Starfleet in, like, on the matter of whether Data is a person or not. Oh. Where? That was cool. Where was I supposed to go? Oh, am I just supposed to follow the directions for a while? Okay. Cool. I didn't even realize that I was going toward a destination. But that was fun. Save. Best color of dragon. Well, brown is a bad color for a dragon. I think we can all agree that brown is a bad color for a dragon. Okay? Yellow, so, like, I think a bright yellow would be a bad color for a dragon. But, like, a, whoa, fuck that. Like a dark goldenrod kind of color might be acceptable. Depending on the hue, exactly. Various colors of blue, I think, are all gonna be good colors on a dragon. You know? I feel like gray is not a great color for a dragon. Gray Not a great color for a dragon. How does this work? I don't know how that's supposed to work. Poop dragon, true. You know, I think pink is okay, but it's hard. I feel like it would be hard to be a dignified dragon and be pink. I just feel like it would be hard to command respect because of misogyny. You know, pink is such a nice, gentle color. I think greens are always going to be good dragon colors. Except for, like, I don't want a dragon that's like hunter green. Hunter green is a terrible color for a dragon. Same with, like, a navy blue. You don't really want, like, a navy blue. Okay, how is this gonna work? Whoa. You know, purple is gonna be a good color for a dragon, so long as it's not pastel. I feel like pastel colors are just off the table for any self-respecting dragon. How do I do this? Oh, I have to just not jump. That's how. Oh, shit. Shit. Whoa, now that guy's back. Great. Are you a pink dragon? Or just pastel? Red's a pretty solid color for a dragon, you know? Red dragon's pretty good. Whoops. Nope, shit, fuck. Nope, shit. Irritating. Fey dragon. But there's dragony vibes. Yeah, Fey dragon feels like a different, category. I've never considered an orange dragon until this very moment. I think orange is a very silly... Like, I feel like orange is a difficult color to take seriously for a dragon as well. Maybe like a burnt orange, like an ombre, would be... God, would be acceptable. But, other than that, I think that orange, like a bright orange is, like, kind of childish. Cool. I'm probably missing colors, but I don't, Ah, shit. Where am I going? Nowhere fast, apparently. Put a fire texture on a dragon, orange in a dragony way, true. Whoop, shit. Okay, this is where I wanted to go. Okay. Cool. Oh, shit. I went over there too soon. Also, Charizard is offended. Yeah. Too bad for Charizard and his lame fucking orange coloration. This requires some focus. Sorry. Cannot hit the spikes. Dune. Oh, why would you not jump? Oh, good. Appreciate that. Always a good time. Let's just move along. I don't want to dealing with that. Okay. Can I, like, do this? That's perfect. Oh, bitch. That guy did hit me. Okay, 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 okay. The thing is that I want to know what is over here. Oh, it's one of these thingies. Okay. Okay, I'll just scooch Rooney right over here. Just through a field of spikes. Just so many spikes. I feel like I'm about to get chased by a spider. I just have this inkling. I just have this feeling like I'm about to get chased by a spider. Do you have something for me up there? I don't think so. I thought maybe it was, gonna give me something tasty. There we go. It's annoying that you have to rely on them sometimes. Oh, I've considered getting either a red or green dragon tattoo. Presently, I don't have any tattoos. As soon as I finish losing weight, I might get one. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Orange and blue is a pretty decent color combo. I also like the idea of having a dragonish tattoo, but I haven't quite puzzled that out yet. Like, I've only got one tattoo that I'm pretty... Like, I've got the one that I know that I want right now. God damn it. Oh, shoot. That's really annoying. Okay, now I'm gonna save up here. Cool. Big question, is Squirtle a water dragon? I think, technically speaking, yes. Like, well, I don't know. What defines a water dragon? Can you let me do this, please? Thank you. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, I don't like it when a game does stupid shit that it didn't have to do. No, fuck you, God. I might have to stop this, like, sooner than usual. Because I'm not gonna play a game that I'm getting pissed off at. Like... I'm not in a very good mood. Don't like this zone, because I can't see what's happening. Just kinda wanna get out of there. There's all kinds of weird, creepy shit happening in here. Okay, that was weird. Fuck you, God! Yeah. Yeah, Mersh needs some advice. With blue-gray eyes and gray hair, with light-colored skin, what color dragon, red or green, should Mersh get for a tattoo? What I will say is that orangey reds don't stay very well as far as tattoo pigments go. So really what I would recommend is, if you're gonna get one that's red, I would suggest it be like a... Sorry, I'm having trouble thinking. If you're gonna get like a red one, it needs to be like a darker red, otherwise it's not gonna be very color fast. Green will be more color fast in your skin. I watched this one guy, this one tattoo artist talking about like different kinds of pigment and stuff. So the only like question I have about my tattoo that I want on my thigh is that like usually the Ouroboros tattoo is like blood red. You know, it's like a rusty blood red. And I don't know if that kind of color is gonna be very color fast. Whoa, fuck. Jesus. What's down here? Did I just not go down here? What is down here? Oh, I came from down here. Okay. Silly bean. Whoa, shit. Okay. Also, if you pick a green, has to be a cool green, bluish green. A yellowish green dragon is too cartoonish. A yellowish green will also not be very color fast. Yeah, yellows fade out really easily. Orangey reds fade out. Like, really your best bet, as far as a tattoo goes, is to just get a black. Or a black and gray. And by black and gray, that just means, like, black in... And sometimes it's, like, watered down a little bit so that it's less intense. Whoops. Oops. Yeah, I'm not suggesting, like, anything about your tattoo in particular, Mersh. I'm just commenting on, color fastness in tattoos. Just the best way to go is to get just a black and gray tattoo. Shit. Shit! See, listen, y'all, part of the reason I don't play video games is that I have BPD and I get really frustrated. And I don't enjoy feeling that way. I want to have a good time with the short amount of time that I'm going to be alive. Oof. Fucking kill me. Hello! Welcome back, Gayfesh. Back from a podcast record, yes. My podcast is on hold because my podcast co-host continues to be, like, moving and having shit internet and stuff like that, so... I like podcasting, though. And I like doing collaborations. I gotta check up on her. She's supposed to have moved flats and have better internet now. I would love to save right now, but I can't. Okay, I did it. Okay, look at that. We did something. Oh, no we didn't. There's a concept in free-to-play games called Fun Pain, where they introduce pain points, which are relieved by spending money. That sounds really predatory. Just figured out how to transfer to PayPal. Sorry, Lucifer, but you'll have to wait 3 to 5 business days. Yeah, that's alright. That's okay. PayPal and their transfer. I don't really understand the point of a podcast on one's own, Gayfesh. Like Sam Collins has one, and I'm like, God bless you. That sounds like a nightmare. I mean, I don't know. I kind of already do a podcast by myself. In a way, in a manner of speaking. Okay, cool. Okay, we got up here. Okay, we did something. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. And immediately lost all the health that we just got. Yeah, streaming is kind of like that, but, I don't know. People always say, like, oh, you should, you know, make your content available as a podcast, and I'm like, why? Just watch YouTube, but without video, you know? Like, I don't know. Jesus, I was trying to get it to fucking pop off the charged move. Oh, I can't do the charged move because I don't have any fucking mana. And there's nowhere to get any. This is such a shitty zone. God, this zone sucks ass. Is this fun for anyone right now? Like, is anybody having a good time? Okay, it would be great if I could save. That would be amazing. Great. There's a new Squirrel Girl podcast that's delightful. I've not heard of Squirrel Girl before. I only have, like, maybe a couple more deaths in me before I'm done. Oh, I can save now. Thanks. Oh, God. I don't like when I start getting tooed like that. I don't love when I start being like, thanks. Like, that's, it's just an energy that I don't love to embody. Squirrel Girl is a Marvel hero. Okay, okay. She has squirrel powers. Well, that's... seems like it makes sense. I only recently started watching Star Trek and haven't gotten to TNG yet. I enjoyed Enterprise, and so far Discovery is pretty good, though. I like seeing someone else get angry at video games. I don't enjoy the anger, but I enjoy the relatability. That's fair. I often feel like, oh god, I'm going... See, the point at which I get to a game and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking kill myself, like, I'm like, oh, it's time for me to put the game down. I watch other people play rage games sometimes. Can be an enjoyable activity on occasion. No! Way to not even give me time to land. Jesus. I feel like if I'm gonna be mad at something, it might as well be like a chud, you know? Like, we might as well be getting like attention and donos for it. Okay, I can't save, and I can't see where I'm going. Oh, shit. Okay, I've been up here before, I think. Is this where I'm supposed to be going? This is kind of... Find the Gumon seal hidden inside the misty woods. This is kind of indicating that this is where I'm supposed to be, isn't it? Okay, can't get in there yet. Whoa, hey, there's a hidden thing. Okay, cool. Oh shit. Oh no. One of my favorite video genres is watching people play Mario Maker troll levels. Yeah, do you like Ross? Do you like Rubber Ninja? Gay fish? Cause I do kind of understand the, like, Game Grumps playing Mario Maker is like one of those rage game type things that I'll watch on occasion. Watching Mark play, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy was a great game. A great game that I don't think I would ever be capable of playing. The thing is that if you're gonna play Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, you have to commit to getting over it. Fucking God. And I don't think that I'm in a mental place where I can do that. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Watching as she looks for her glasses. I'ma FaceTime with my mom tonight. She'll tell me all about the season 6 finale of The Blacklist. I'ma FaceTime with my mom tonight. I've had that stuck in my head all day since I woke up. I call, she answers, and her hair is wet. I say, did you just shower? She says, how'd you guess? I say, your hair is wet. She says, oh yeah. Okay. I'll tell my boys I need some space, yeah. I'ma FaceTime with my mom tonight. Figure singing is kind of the one thing I can do to get myself through this mentally. He says, oh look who's here, say hi to Dad. He says, how you doing? But I say I'm not so bad. And that's the deepest talk we've ever had. I watched Carl say good 42. He has the best troll level reactions. He also made a getting over it style level in Mario Maker and did a supercut of other streamers' reactions to playing it. Yeah, Rubber Ninja makes really difficult Mario Maker levels, and then they play them on the Game Grumps channel. It's pretty fun. I love that one, like, the infamous one of all the... with all the, firewall... This is like the fire things that are, like, all rotating around, you know? Classic. My mother's covering her camera with her thumb. I'll waste my time FaceTiming with my mom. I'm earnestly, like, kind of trying to refrain from very serious rage posting at the moment. Yeah, there's... I don't think any way that I can do this with the amount of health that I have currently. Like, I just don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to do this. I wonder if I can sing falsetto right now. I don't know if I can. I wanted to sing Moana. Oh, Jesus fuck. Okay. Okay, I can save. Holy shit, I can save. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus. I think this is the way that I'm supposed to go. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, there's two of them. That explains it. I was like, why does this thing keep popping up? I tell my boys I need some space, yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Health. Definitely need the health. Definitely enjoy the mana. Yeah, Circle Bird, I've beaten this game more than once. Thank you. Please no backseat gaming. If I would like you to backseat game, I will explicitly ask for it. There will be times that I explicitly ask for it. Thank you. God fucking damn it. Are you, like, getting health back when you go underground? Like, what the fuck is occurring here? Okay, good. Jesus. How are we gonna change Ree to be the dragon? How are we gonna do that? Just put horns on it, but leave it the same color. Excuse me. God. Okay, now we get a new ability. What is this? What is it? What do I do with this? I gotta take it somewhere, apparently. Oh. Oh. Nope. Okay. I can't go any faster. God. There's an underwater river that runs under the city school board, police department, and parking garage. Yeah, speaking of caves, there are apparently, like, if you superimpose a map of cave systems in the United States with a map of missing persons reports in the United States, like, especially unsolved missing persons reports, there's a pretty strong overlap on those maps, and I find that just personally quite upsetting. Great. I don't actually have to hold the RT button. I think that I do, but I don't. I think this means I'm almost fucking done with this zone. God, I hate this zone! Okay. That's interesting. I want that. We lit the shrouded lantern, it lifted the haze. Ori, the key to the Forlorn Ruins, the Gumon seal, has been revealed! Cool. You found the Gumon seal. Using this key, you gain entrance to the Forlorn Ruins. Cool. The element of winds is deep within the Forlorn Ruins, south of this place. It's not too far from here. I can show you the way. Yes, hide your secrets in sci-fi. New objective, enter and restore the Forlorn Ruins. Can I interact with the Shrouded Lantern? Doesn't really do much. Cool. Just let me out of here, please. That's all I want is to leave. Cool, we left successfully. Oh, I can't go back that way? I guess I can't go back that way. Rip in pieces. I was hoping to be able to go back that way. But no. We gotta just go down. Sound of running water? Good night, Analia. Yes. Enjoy. Please eat shit and fucking die. Christ almighty. Alright, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not even as mad as I could be, and I'm done. I don't want to play this game anymore. Cool. Glad that we are, in agreement about that. Nobody likes game nights. Stream doesn't do well on game nights. I get all annoyed. Does anyone even care? Should I just finish playing Ori on my own time? Jesus. Kind of seems like game nights are only for me. Oh, chat's loading. Load. Load chat, please. My chat? Down? Okay, I see that you all are still typing there. The website is messed up. Is it... Like, I still got a couple messages from you all. Are you all able to type on the website? Because it kind of seems like the website just went down in the middle of my stream. Working fine for you? Okay. Oh, I realize what I've done. Okay, hold on. Okay, I see. I messed it up, and then I fixed it. So it's fine now. Come on, I want my chat back. Come back, chat. Chat, come back. Okay, PayPal is acting weird. Dang, that's annoying. Thank you, though, Ela Devine, for trying. When I realize that my game hates me, I begin to re-examine my life choices. Yeah. I disabled JavaScript earlier, and it made my website not work. I feel like I should just wear the corset to start with, and then the donos will come in, you know? I gotta work the... What is like that? What, can you say... What is the internet equivalent of being like, I'm gonna work the street, you know? People are clearly not willing to pay to see the cleavage, you know? So I have to just... Do I have to just give it away for free? Shame. Shame. So shameful. Oh, that's why we started talking about feet earlier. Because I'm talking about... resorting to feet pics in order to get, like, to pay, like, vet bills and stuff. Just want to relocate it a little bit. There we go. We got goal text. Excellent. Nope, that's not the right thing. Cool. I don't have anything else planned for today. I had kind of started working up on the, Oh my gosh, what happened? Streamlabs. Comrade Anthony donated $10 through Super Chat. Send you the money here. Thank you. Yeah, if PayPal's being stupid, I do appreciate. They take a lot of, they take a lot off the top from YouTube, but it's definitely better than not getting any donos. Not that I haven't gotten any donos. I'm just saying it is better than not getting any donos. Getting ones through YouTube super chats. But yeah, I had kind of started working on the Pepes. I just don't know how I'm gonna do this actually. That is a question that I have left unanswered so far, is how am I gonna do this? Because what I've done so far is I just desaturated it and then took the lightness down. So then I was like, okay, now I'm going to go in and start like making the eyes lighter, I guess, like pixel by pixel. And then I was like, maybe I'll just make the lips like a slightly lighter gray. I don't know. Yeah, John Keller, it does take, thank you, Comrade Anthony, for a second $10 dono. That I don't know if the super chat has come up on the screen yet, but this will cover the top. LOL, true. Yes, YouTube takes like 30% from super chats, which is kind of insane. I'm so poor I even watch my hentai off of the Internet Archive. I figured I'd start with this one because it doesn't have to have horns, since it's so up close and personal right in your face, you know? But I think when I start doing these, I should actually use my drawing tablet, probably. Because I do have a drawing tablet. But clearly I didn't have very much planned for tonight. Did not have very much planned for today. Gonna have to like have a running list of things that I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get around to talking about that one of these times that I have a stream that I don't have a specific plan for. Those are always good. Hello, Anthony. Welcome in the YouTube chat. We are experiencing a little bit of a lull. I'm not totally sure what all I want to do today because I didn't have a whole lot of plans. Got too frustrated playing Ori and the Blind Forest. Yeah, I'm poor and also a bad comrade, so I watch all of my hentai on those free websites, you know, that you're not supposed to go to. Opinions on gender abolition from Ela Devine. Gender abolition, I'm always sus whenever a cis person is talking about it. Like, whenever there's a cis person who's like, I'm a gender abolitionist, I usually take that to mean I'm a biological essentialist who thinks that gender is fake and the only thing that's real is sex. And, like, your sex determines who you are as a person. Aside from that, I don't have, like, a very clear idea of what people specifically mean. Because I think people... I think people mean different things when they say it, you know? Like, does gender abolition mean, like, we're like, not letting people identify with a gender? You know, speaking of fucking... Oh my god, excuse me. Speaking of TNG episodes, the one with the non-binary species that forced, like, the ones who experience gender to be genderless, like, that's bad. It's funny, like, I watched that, the very first time I watched that episode, I was like, that's an episode of Star Trek. And then I tried to watch it again a few years ago, and I was like, this really hurts my feelings. Really quite a deeply upsetting episode, actually. When is that in the show? Gayfesh, that's the episode that you need to have me on for. Can I also say, like, I was really upset by the episode of the Orville. Yeah, I'm saying, Gayfesh, if there is an episode of TNG that I have an opinion on, it's that one. Because it was really upsetting. But the Orville has an episode also where there's like two... Like, there's a species that are all male, quote unquote, and then what they give birth to a girl child, and they like deal with the questions of fucking whether it's okay to like coercively reassign the child to a different gender as a baby so that it can grow up as a boy and like normal, and like, spoiler warning for that episode of The Orville, they surgically changed the baby to be male, which I am also very upset by. Extremely upset. Welcome, Emily Lawrence. Just about finishing season 2 right now. Nice. Yeah. I'm not saying that's the only episode that I have an opinion about, Gayfesh. I'm just saying, like, I was actually thinking about it recently. I thought about that episode, and I was like, oh, that would be awesome to talk about with, like, Star Trek people, and you have a podcast, and I like doing collabs with people I like, so. Removing the social aspects of gender, not the identity parts. Okay, yeah. So if you're just saying, like, oh, I want to remove the aspects of social pressure, then yeah, like, sure. I have no qualms with that. I don't know exactly how you're going to do it. And of course, if you're, people are still like able to transition, it's just like I'm always just assuming that it would be a lot less pressure of an environment for transition. Like that if you lived in a gender abolished society that wasn't bioessentialist, then you would, like, basically everyone would get puberty blockers. You could just transition if you wanted to. No one would think about it at all. You could dress how you wanted to and no one would think about it at all. Have I seen Cogenitor? It's an Enterprise episode about a species with 3 sexes, but the third sex is the cogenitor, is treated as a slave class. I have watched Enterprise, but it was a decade ago. Like that would have been like literally in like 2013. So I don't really remember it very well. But I have seen it. That would be an interesting one to revisit as well. Enterprise was such a weird show. I'm still so caught up on the fact that there are, like, psychic STDs in the Star Trek universe. Super weird. By the way, I just feel like I need to warn everybody. I feel the need to warn everybody. I may or may not wash my hair until I acquire a sulfate-free shampoo, and since I just bought a whole bunch of body wash products today to help with my dry skin, I might not wash my hair for a bit. I haven't decided, because I have just extremely dry scalp, and I think it might be because of the sulfates. Meant to be an AIDS parallel? Yeah. I don't know why anyone tries to do AIDS parallels in their media. I feel like you should just stop doing that. But I don't know. I'm very touchy on the subject of AIDS. Like, I am very, like, I'm touchy about that I didn't, in a way that I didn't used to be, because in like 2017, I went to an art museum exhibit thing that was all like HIV AIDS, like people who had it making art about it, right? And like as you're like realizing that you're not just queer yourself, but like part of a history of people, you know, once you start to realize, like, this is a history that I bear, like, especially as a white person who doesn't have, like, the cultural, you know, none of the cultural, like, we're a Native American and we have these practices or anything like that. So, like, as a queer white person, realizing that you've come from this legacy that includes, like, the AIDS epidemic can be kind of, like, a process, you know? So I just don't see very many executions of AIDS parallels that tend to do very well. Like, it was a very serious and devastating thing that, like, was raw. Like, the first medication that they came out with to treat HIV AIDS, like, caused blindness. So while you were trying to treat this thing, you were just going blind. Advanced HIV AIDS, you would have skin lesions. Like, it was plague level visible on your body. There was a month where UPN wanted every show to do a, quote, very special episode, but also, like, it came out so late in the game when it comes to destigmatizing HIV that it was like, yeah, okay, where were you in the 80s when your cast and crew were dying from it? Yikes. Yeah. It's always too late, or it's not comprehensive enough, or something. There's always something. What are you doing, Luce? Hey, Lucy. What are you doing? He's like, you're talking to me. Do you want me up there? I think misogyny is at the root of a lot of the Christian right-wing objection to LGBTQ plus and gender affirmation or abolition efforts. They want to keep women in their place, and they see gender non-conforming people as a threat to their hegemony. Probably. I think that's totally fair. Lucy, are you baby? Are you baby? Hello? Hey, baby? He kind of looks like he doesn't feel great right now. It's hard for me to determine why. Like, I don't actually know if there's any real ideology behind any of these political actions. Like, any of these anti-gay, anti-trans political actions, or even anti-woman, I don't actually know that there is a motivated political ideology. In the sense that I don't think people who try to make laws against gay marriage, I don't think that they actually have a principled opposition to gay marriage, or even a religious opposition. Like, I think that that is disingenuous, because I've read 1984, and I truly do think that in some of these cases, it's just power for the sake of having power. Like, they don't care what means by which they maintain their position. They probably do genuinely think that women are subhuman on some level, I would guess. But, like, I don't know that they really think of lower class men as being human either. Like, I think lower class men are probably just about as subhuman, you know, in terms of they are the ones performing the labor and all that kind of stuff. So that's just been like a pretty recent development for me in the past few months of thinking, like, I don't actually think any of these people have any actual principles. I don't think they actually believe in anything. I think that abortion and gay marriage and trans kids are all just really convenient tools that serve the ultimate function of maintaining their financial power, really, and control. Like, there's a reason why reason doesn't work, you know? It's not because they're lacking something, or it's not like we are not explaining ourselves well enough. You can explain to people that you experience gender dysphoria and need to transition, and they will still deny it because they can. There doesn't have to be another purpose. And there often isn't another purpose, unfortunately. Can I use the chat to find next internet BF? Anthony asked in the YouTube chat earlier. Honestly, if you guys all get to knowing each other and liking each other well enough that you start dating amongst each other, I'll consider that a win for the community. Like, I'll consider that a win for the channel and the community. yeah. Don't know if I'm just late on all these hot takes or anything, but I'm going through my own little political growth at the moment. Little political growth. Last time I was flirty in your chat, I was politely shut down. Well, that's good. At least it's polite. I'm in SoCal if anyone wants to look me up on Tinder. Look at you all. Looking for love. I'm really excited about the prospect of writing lyrics, like writing song lyrics, because, you know, I've been thinking about it. Like, I frequently am thinking to myself, like, hey, chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. And I'm like, I need to replace this in my brain, first of all, and to fill that void on my own stream. I saw that Heem went ahead and made himself a little, he made himself a little bathroom song. I have, oh shit, it's 9:30. I have, you see this guitar? That guitar is a electric acoustic guitar. Like, it has a plug-in, so I can record from the inside of the acoustic guitar. Like, it has pickups. I don't have to, like, record the acoustic in the janky-ass way when you're trying to just, like, record the room around the acoustic, and you can, like, hear the creaking of your chair. I can just record... Like, listen, writing a song for the fucking guitar is incredibly easy. Also, by the way, like, incredibly easy. Hold on. Pill. Okay, hold on. It's not when you don't play guitar. Well, it's like, what I'm saying is I can't play guitar in the sense that, like, I could listen to a song and, like, figure it out and play it. You know, I don't have that. I can't, like, move what I'm playing to a different key because I feel like it. Like, I don't know the instrument very well. All you have to know is 4 chords. Pick 4 chords. All you need is to be able to put your hand in 4 chords. Not everybody can play the guitar. Not saying that everybody can play the guitar. Morningstar System, if you're still here, I know that you can't just... Not everybody can play the guitar. Just making those caveats. If you are capable of playing a guitar at all you have to do is place your hand in a chord and, like, change one thing about it as you're playing. So if you have, like, this, you're like... And then move it down. Okay, so in order to play anything on... you can just pick, like, okay, so where I'm capoed on the 5th fret, okay, whatever. And I'm gonna do, like, I don't know, like an A. I don't know, let's start with an E. And then, I don't know, switch it over to, like, a C. Like, just pick a sequence of, like I just did that same thing, like... Just do that same progression in, like, 4 different chord shapes. Congrats, you have a song. Not hard. I mean, I'm not, like, making a point to play it for a very long period of time or anything, but, like, I'm just making a point that, like, all I really need to do is write lyrics and then pick a key to play the song in and then make up a melody to go with it, and then I have a bathroom song of my own. Okay? That's all. That's the only point that I was trying to make. I'm having fun. But anyway, it's very easy once you, like, if you just have, like, the rudimentary basics of playing the guitar down. I don't think it would be that hard on piano either. I don't think it would be that hard on piano. My partner has been listening to this one piano player on YouTube called, like, Daniel Thrasher or something like that. And he's, like, pretty good at piano, but it makes me feel like it wouldn't take very long to be able to be funny on piano. You know what I mean? Like, a musical instrument can be funny. I don't think it would take very long. There is more to it if you want gay fesh levels of bathroom song. That's true. It's really hard to beat something that you just threw together in like 30 seconds, you know? Sometimes those are the absolute best. Like me pulls out my guitar for like 20 seconds to make a point, puts it back away. I can be quite humorous on the piano, yeah. One of Daniel Thrasher's like going jokes is Emily Lawrence, Gayfesh is the name of one of the users in chat who is yeah, a regular here and someone who I met in other creators chats like 2 years ago. But yeah, it seems like it would be pretty easy to be humorous on the piano. Like, it would not take very much effort. Which I think means that it wouldn't be super hard to be funny on the fucking guitar either. But I can't play guitar and sing at the same time. Who is Keck W that you guys always mess up and do Keck W instead of Keck V? Oh gosh. Oh, yeah, you were wondering how we jumped from instruments to kink. Listen, we can find all kinds of ways. We can find all the ways, right? That's one of the things that I had been practicing a little bit was being able to sing and play my guitar at the same time. And I thought about, like, I actually think I had that as a goal at one point. But we didn't get to it. Like, I will try to publicly sing and play guitar at the same time, which is a thing that I can't physically actually do. I've tried since then, and it actually did work out pretty well. When you talk about the guitar, you can talk about the G string, and that can turn into something spicy, true. When I had violin, it was all about the F hole. Technically, there is a violin in this apartment. I could play it. This chat is pretty fucking horny. Always has been. Yeah, and it's getting close to 10 o'clock, so it's horny hours, TBH. Tonight I blame the shoulder. Yeah, it's true. So revealing. I'm just, like, itchy. This is what I'm doing. I'm like, I itch so bad. I have a weighted key electric keyboard that was kind of a hand-me-down from one of my granddads. I don't play it very often, though. I would like to. I have a lot of shit that I would like to do that I feel like I'm just kind of stymied about right now. Basically, like, I don't really go in depth on the channel, but there is just, like, always some kind of extremely stupid shit happening in my life, so I'm just trying to, like, focus on getting as much done as I am capable of in a day, but it feels like not very much right now, so we're doing trauma therapy in the mornings on Wednesdays now, so tomorrow morning I got trauma therapy, which is going to result in another fibro flare that's going to happen for a while. Jack Coleman, excuse you, my skin is dry because of all of the very harsh soaps that I use. and the fact that I take long hot showers. Like, I've had persistently dry skin for a really long time. And I think that's probably why my skin is itchy. I am only just now switching to oil-based cleansing in an attempt to heal my skin membranes because they're not doing good. I want to take up archery, says Anthony. I have 0 experience, but I feel I'd be a natural aim. I kind of feel that way too. I'd love to have a recurve bow. No teasing me allowed, Jack Coleman. I'm kidding. I would love to have a recurve bow. They seem like they'd be a lot of fun. I haven't done archery in a long time. I think that there might be a place not too far away, but I also, like, don't want to pay to use someone else's. I just would rather, like, be rich enough to buy a bow and then have a bow, and then also, like, be rich enough that I have a house where or like maybe some land where I could shoot the bow. That would be pretty cool. My partner had a recurve bow, or not a recurve, a compound bow at one point. And the compound bow was, I mean, it feels like cheating. It doesn't feel good to use a compound bow. I guess, you know, you've got the pulling weight. Is the pulling weight is like kind of the same, but the you know, once you hold, it's like no effort. But if you're shooting a bow, you shouldn't hold anyway. It's the kind of thing that you only do when you're like posted up in a tree, like waiting for the deer. And like also you used a bunch of chemicals to attract the deer because you're cheating anyway. I'm hoping to do ant hunting again this summer. Is your partner going to do the same this year? I don't actually know what the plans are, because I know that there are some colonies currently in existence from last year, but they're, you know, small. They're still in their little test tubes. And also, by complete accident, there are now, like, I guess, like, 8 ant queens in my partner's terrarium. Because he went and harvested some oak leaves so that he could make more substrate for the isopods. Because we both keep isopods as pets, and he needed to make more substrate. But the bag of leaves, one of the cats bit it open, and I guess there's this species of ant that has, they form super colonies, which means that they don't have warfare with other ant species. When they interact with another colony, they just go, oh, you are ant. Also, we are colony together. So there was like a super colony in those leaves that he picked up, and then they all migrated into his terrarium. So that's like, as of today, kind of a problem that we're having. So I wonder if he's going to be burned out on ants for a while. He's thinking he might have to just get rid of everything in the terrarium and start over, which would suck, because I know that was, you know, it's not like terrariums are cheap or like low maintenance. I mean, they're fairly low maintenance, but it's still like a year, more than a year of effort, or just about a year of like establishing the bio ecosystem in there. Polygenous, is that the word for it? Yeah, I'm not sure what the word is. I just know that that's what what was explained to me. I think these might be Argentine ants. Yeah, I couldn't remember what they were called, but that might be what these are. They're definitely like little black ants. Yeah, the colonies will blend. When I lived in Florida, no one kept ants. All the ants were like Africanized fire ants, so everyone was just struggling to kill them. Well, there's like pet species. Not that they are pet species, but like people will be like, ah, yes, I like this one because it is the largest species in North America. California has a mega massive colony that is just hundreds of ants, each with hundreds of queens. That sounds awful. It's quite unique, though. Like, it's quite abnormal. It's uncommon among ants that they... But I love that, because it's an example, it's like a counterexample. Whenever people are like, oh, warfare is natural because ants do it too. Like, well, not all of them, dude. Some of them, like, are so aggressively social that they'll build colonies with, like, dozens of queens in them. Even the ants are aggressive in Florida, true. The ants in Texas. Fucking fire ants in Texas. I've been eaten by them. I've been bitten by fire ants in Texas. I know ant keepers that keep fire ants. True, yeah, like Ants Canada has like the Fire Nation is what he calls his one. I love the crazy ants because they accept anyone. Ants also engage in slavery. I didn't know that. That's funny though. Yeah, those fire ants don't screw around. They sting you and it hurts. I was like wearing flip-flops. It was the very first day that I arrived in Texas. And I was like standing near a lake or a body of water of some kind, and I didn't realize I was standing on top of one of their mounds. And they stung me. Fucking ants. So yeah, you gotta be careful with the fire ants. Like, you gotta be careful with ants in general. They'll get out of the enclosure. They will get out of the enclosure. Cheeky little bastards. I have roly-polies instead. Yeah, I don't know, Mersh. It was literally more than 20 years ago, so I don't remember what they actually... It just hurt. I just remember that it hurt. Ants are great pest control for the garden, but they are pests themselves when you go harvest your fresh tomatoes. Yeah, ants are... but are they pests themselves when you go harvest your fresh tomatoes? Yeah, ants don't really bother your food, I don't think. Ants are a sign that something else is wrong. Like, you have aphids, and the ants are there because they are eating the aphids. So usually ants are just an indication that you have some other problem. The ants, like, trying to evict the ants from the area, like, is just not, like, if you have a garden or if you have house plants that they're inside of, don't try to get rid of the ants. The ants are there with a purpose. Ants don't do things without a purpose. They are there for food or shelter. They either think that they can set up shop in your plants, or they want food and there is a source of food there. Like, they're eating the mealworms, or they're eating the mealybugs, or whatever. There are parasitic ant colonies that invade other colonies, supplant their queens, and have her offspring gather all the food for them. Efficient. They hurt a little less than a bee sting, but it's usually a ton of stings. Yeah, I haven't been stung by a bee since I was like 3 or 4 years old, and I haven't been bitten by an ant or stung by an ant since I was like 6. Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're right, Ela Devine. Yeah, this is one of those really niche things that I do know. Ants farm aphids. They defend their aphids. Well, I initially said bite, but then other people were saying sting, so I was like, I'm just gonna cover my bases and say both. But yes, they massage the aphids' bellies to aid in their digestion, and the aphids poop out food for the ants, basically. They farm them. And, like, if a spider tries to attack, the ants will, like, group up together to kill the spider. Aragon, anybody? I was swarmed by fire ants when I was, like, 8. Yeah, I think I was younger than 8. It was... ugh. But we were, like, right next to a body of water, so I just put my foot and ankle in the water. I can't wait till my cherry tomato plant starts pooping out cherry tomatoes. That's gonna be fun. I think it'll be better when the weather starts being more consistently sunny and stuff, because it's been so cloudy lately. And also it dropped below freezing the last couple nights. I had to bring my plants back inside. How the fuck specific you gotta be to sting a 3-year-old on their earlobe? That's some, like... He really meant it. That's some laser targeted... fucking get you. I don't know why that just... I just reminded myself that Abigail Thorne just got FFS, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her face as it changes. Because I felt like I didn't notice a huge difference because of all the swelling. Like, I might not have noticed if she hadn't called so much attention to it in the script. So, really looking forward to seeing her beautiful mug. My grandfather was a beekeeper, and one time, out of artistic scientific curiosity, I went up to one of his hives and hit it with a stick. And lessons were learned that day, I'm sure. I then proceeded to make my getaway at 5 miles per hour in my Bigfoot Power Wheel. How'd that go? I am waiting with bated breath. Oh, I just took it from its, like, loose-ass ponytail thing back here and then flipped it up. I surprisingly only got stung once, but it was on the lip. Ooh. Pain. Pain. I look like a who? Not terribly surprising. The only reason I don't want to keep it like this is because it's tickling my face. It itches. But other than that, I kind of like being a huge fucking dork. Something that I enjoy about myself. As a kid, I talked one of my frenemies into shooting a hornet's nest with a BB gun. You're so mean, Mersh. But your frenemy was stupid if they did it anyway. I need to cut my hair. I'm just like, oh no, I can see so many split ends. I don't know what's happening to my hair right now. One of my hairs was like in like a noose. I don't know why. He's a terrible person. He deserved it. Oh yeah. Hey, like I said, at the very minimum, that was a here's your sign moment. I can accept that bees exist and sting sometimes, but all wasps must burn. Wasps actually do contribute to pollination. They do. I know that we don't want to believe it, but they do. I'm pretty sure they do. Is it that they help pollinate? Yeah. Yeah, they are important pollinators, y'all. USDA Forest Service on wasp pollination. Wasps are very important pollinators. But they also Oh, so there are species of orchid believed to be pollinated exclusively by particular wasp species. Despite the fear they sometimes evoke, wasps are extremely beneficial to humans. While searching for nectar, wasps become accidental pollinators. They are omnivorous in that they eat nectar, but also eat insects and their larvae. So they not only are important pollinators, but they also do eat other insects that are less desirable and like more harmful to like farming and ecology and stuff. Like they'll eat the kind of larvae that would otherwise be killing your crops, you know? So wasps are important ecologically. There are a wide variety of wasps that do all sorts of things. True. Oh, rip, you know, it's not, you don't want them like living inside your space. Opening a window to find a wasp's nest right outside the window is not a good time. Some vegans don't consider figs to be vegan because every fig grown requires a fig wasp to die inside it. Interesting. I didn't know that that was actually required. They kill pesky beetles that eat plants. They kill Japanese beetles on my rose bushes every July. Wasps are much more aggressive than bees, though. A bee won't sting you if you leave it alone. Oh, so maybe part of this is also colored by my very different experience with wasps. As a teenager, a wasp managed to get into my bedroom, and I just had, like, my dad remove it. One time, this would be about 8 or 9 years ago, I was outside taking my trash to the trash dumpsters, I guess, in an apartment complex. And as I was walking back, I stopped to enjoy the feeling of the sunshine. And I closed my eyes, and I felt a tickle on my hand. And I just had a wasp on my hand. And I had no adrenal response. And it crawled around and it tasted my skin for a couple minutes. And then it flew away. That was like one of the brown wasps. The long ones, you know? Another time, I was at the Renaissance Festival and I was eating a donut. Like a, you know, glazed donut. And a wasp landed on my fingers and was very, very happy. Like, oh my God. Like, insects, when they're happy, their little butt wiggles. It's fun once you can identify pleasure behavior. Wiggling its little butt, eating the sugar off my fingers, and then just, I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw this, I'm done with this donut. I'm gonna throw it in the trash. You eat it in the trash now, because I'm gonna clean my fingers off. And that was the end of that experience. Actually, I think the most recent year that I was at the Renaissance Festival, a wasp landed on my lips because I had been eating something sweet or drinking coffee or something. A wasp landed on my lip, and I just didn't breathe. I just let it stay there and like taste my face for a minute until I was like, oh, I need to breathe, but I'm not going to breathe with the ant on my, like with the wasp on my face. So I was like, you know, did one of those, like breathed out, and it just flew away. So, you know, wasps are fine. You just have to control your adrenal response. Like, that's what they respond to. You know, you fear, you know, you get freaked out. That releases pheromones that they can smell. We can't, but they can. And that's why they attack you. If you just control your adrenal reaction, no longer a problem. I did make out with a wasp, true. There's also a whole subsection of parasitic wasps that are like one of the most common insects out there. Basically, for most insect species out there, there is a parasitic wasp species that targets them, true. I once found an ichneumon wasp inside my house. They aren't stinging wasps, but they do have an ovipositor that is as long as their body. So I was like, oh my God, that looks like a gigantic stinger. That's fair. I don't know if I'm biased, though, or if I'm just one of the only people who's capable of being around stinging insects without freaking out about it. There was once upon a time when I freaked out about it, you know? Once we were essentially camping, and I crawled into our bedroll, and on the pillow, there were, my sets of pillows and then my partner's sets of pillows. Like, on my partner's pillows, there was a yellow jacket, and I had to get out of there. I was like, I can't deal with this. But I think that I was basically kind of camping for an entire year. So again, the perspective might have changed by just exposure. Velvet ants, actually, wasps, are beautiful and vicious and also called cow killers. Why? Do they swarm? It's weird because their sting is very painful, but actually less venomous than bee and wasp venom. Is it some kind of trans statement to say I think I want a giant ovipositor? Yeah. Oh, it's just the painful nature of the sting. I see. Yeah, sometimes we'll be looking for ants and you'll see a species of wasp that just looks like an ant. Wasps are mimicking animals a lot of the time. They tend to look like other animals pretty frequently. Oh my gosh, y'all, I just reminded myself of something profound and kind of sad, which is that there's this flower, and you all have probably heard about this before. This orchid called Ophrys apifera. It makes flowers that mimic a type of bee, which is extinct now. The flower evolved to attract this bee to come pollinate the flower, and it's extinct now. So basically, all we have left of this species of bees are the artistic representation made by flowers. Yeah, we only even know about the bee because of the flower. That's so hauntingly sad. Nature, you crazy. I'll pull up a picture and show you, just since we're here. The bee orchid. You can see very clearly, this is mimicking, a bee. It looks like it's got legs and everything, It's so sad. It's really sad. Oh my gosh. I'm itchy. Oh no, itchy everywhere. So anyway, learning ecological facts. And we know that that bee must have existed because that entire genus of orchids mimics real bee species. Yes, yes. I also was reading about something recently, or someone was telling me about a species of flower that had this gene for being purple, and they tried to make it express that gene harder. They wanted it to be more purple. So what they did is they took the purple gene and they took a virus that can impact that flower, and they took out all the virus parts and put in this gene for purple. But when they injected the gene for purple into the flowers, all the flowers were white. All of them white. And they figured out that what it was that the plant was like, hey, that's a virus, and there's purple in that virus. Turn off all the purple. No more purple. We're turning off all the purple. Purple is contaminated. Isn't that incredible? Yeah. I might have to find that one. Let's see. An experiment to change the color of a petunia. Is that what that was? Oh, of course. Register for free to continue reading. Thanks, Independent. Yes, it was a purple petunia. So, if you're interested in looking it up, purple petunia experiment. Nature is fascinating. I like having chill, nice nature talks. I'm glad I came across your channel this evening. Well, thank you, Anthony. I'm glad to have you here. I enjoy these streams where I'm like, I have nothing specific to talk about. I wonder sometimes if I should watch other streamers so I can get a better idea of what to do on the nights that I don't have something clearly laid out. Does anyone else stream when they don't know what the fuck they're planning on talking about? I don't really get that impression. Everyone else seems much more put together than I am. Imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. Through adulthood. What functions do mosquitoes serve? Mosquitoes are food for other things that I like. Demon Mama usually has a full plan of topics, usually too many because she always underestimates how long stuff takes. I just gotta know about more stuff. I gotta have my finger in more pies so that I have plenty of stuff to talk about. Or, you know, maybe I should just plan on having, like, I don't know, like, oh, we're going to talk about this piece of media tonight. Because I know that Mama's, like, gearing up to talk about Invincible and Game of Thrones. Like, that was something she said she was really excited about doing when she got back from being sick for so long. And I don't actually know that she's done any of those media talks because shit continues to happen. A lot of people don't know this, but America lost a huge percent or some ridiculous number of its bees due to pesticides in the last 20 years. It took like 30 years to find out why because pesticide companies fought it. It actually put my grandfather out of business. Nicotinoids. They formally announced that that's what it was several years after my grandfather passed away. I was super livid. Yeah, that was, I know, like, that's an issue that my, like, mother-in-law was talking about near the area where she lives, is that there were areas where they just sprayed everything with pesticides and it was killing the bees and, like, it was a problem. Thank you, Jack Coleman. I think, to be fair, I am capable of spewing about anything. Like, I can just go on and on and on and on and on about whatever. But the question is, like, about audience retention. All we need to do is we just need lots and lots of people who don't care what I talk about and they just want to hang out with us for the sake of hanging out with us. That's what we need. We got to cultivate more people who just want to chill for the sake of vibing. Emily, the plot of The Happening was that the plants themselves were releasing neurotoxins. Pesticides and herbicides are linked to Parkinson's disease as well. I would not be surprised. Turns out, wasn't it because of bees? I don't remember. I think that the contrivance happened pretty early in the movie. And then the rest of the movie was just like, don't breathe or you'll suicide. Like, and yeah, and people who want to give the money while vibing. True. Absolutely. I don't want to spoil too much or anything, but the most recent Spider-Man movie felt really contrived. Didn't it feel really contrived? Like in every, like at every turn, contrivance after contrivance. I felt like it had a difficult time justifying its own existence. But it was carried by its character moments, as most Marvel movies are. The Happening is probably the single worst movie I ever paid to see. The chemical was DDT, and the only reason it was banned was because it caused bird eggshells to thin. Yo, America takes bird conservation extremely seriously. Did you all know that it is literally like a federal crime to like keep feathers that you find in the woods, or to keep pieces of bird eggshell that you find in the woods, or bones? And the reason is because technically, like, you know, you can't prove that you didn't kill the animal in order to get that. So even if you did forage it, it's illegal to possess, because at one point in America, we were so determined to have cute, fancy hats that we basically, like, made the carrier pigeon extinct, and we almost extincted several other bird species. So basically every bird that is not a game bird, you're not allowed to keep any body parts or eggshell fragments or feathers or anything. Like, it's a felony. With a pretty several $100,000 fine. The worst movie I ever saw was License to Drive in the 1980s. It was about a kid getting his driver's license. Nice. I don't know what ALAR is. ALAR? ALAR? Don't know what that is. I swear to God, if Mama talks about Game of Thrones on stream and I'm not there to force her to bring me into voice chat, I'm going to be really angry. At Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, they had a roller coaster that no one liked named Drachenfire, and they closed it, but it stayed standing for like 30 years, supposedly because it had a rare bird nest in it. Oh, yeah, sometimes you're not allowed to fuck with stuff because there's rare birds living in it. That's like one of my favorite forms of, like, what is a good word for this? Domestic mischief is being like, oh, well, you know, if you build a bat house here, even if it's against city code, you can't be forced to unbuild it, because then it's a protected habitat, basically. Or, you know, certain types of endangered flowers, if some seeds from those endangered flowers happen to find their way onto, and perhaps even all over, golf places. Golf? What is the word? Why am I trying? My brain wants to say golf courts, and I'm like, no, that's not right. Course at the golf course. Then, you know, they could never dig up those flowers legally. Actually, that's not even true. It's like the only anything is legal if you're rich enough. So even if you were to, like, plant the endangered flowers on the golf course, technically they could just pay the several $100,000 fine and have them removed, and it's not really illegal in that case. Like, there's no actual criminal penalty. It's just a fine. We need to destroy some systems. I don't know that there is any way to make that better, aside from just starting over. Lucy. Digging around in the cat box. Like a weirdo. Okay. I'm gonna get some water. Take a quick little break. Actually, I don't know. I'm kind of trying to decide, like, am I gonna just call it now? Because it's like 10:15. Technically, it is a federal offense to pick a dandelion on the Skyline Drive in Shenandoah National Park. That is interesting. National parks are interesting. Gators are just allowed to chill in water traps at golf courses in Florida, silently criticizing the golf statistics of old white men. True. Don't reach your hand in there. They'll get you. That was Happy Gilmore. I was making my way downtown toward a Happy Gilmore reference. Let me tell you, there are some movie references that get made very frequently in trades. And one of those references that frequently gets made in trades is just go to your home. All the time. I love gators. They are real life angels. I guess I don't know of any redeeming qualities that gators have. I'm sure they're important to the ecology because they eat fish and birds. I guess the little ones are pretty cute. They're like, or more often they're just like, gators are chill. Crocs you gotta look out for. True. The big ones are cute to me, but I'm weird. They're so chunky. I don't know a lot about the difference between gators and crocodiles. Is it just that gators are like in North America? Is it just about where they are? Someone please elucidate me the difference between gators and crocs. Gators have a U-shaped snout. Crocs have a V-shaped snout. Oh, okay, so is it just like two different evolutionary paths that landed on the same animal, basically? Kind of like crabs? Because I know that happens a good amount. Happens a good amount. Oh, they are closely related? Okay. Haven't alligators and crocs... They're both crocodilians, but gators are a separate line. Okay, haven't they been, like, evolutionarily, like, identical except for their size for the past, like, several millennia? Like, not millennia, that's the wrong word. Millennia is for thousands. I meant millions. Yeah, okay, crocodiles have been around for about 100 million years. They just have been the same, but they used to be bigger, and now they're smaller. It's like water bears. It's like they're just perfectly adapted. Crocodiles have teeth that stick outside their mouths. Crocs are more aggressive and grow bigger. Okay. Used to be all sorts of different crocodilians. Ooh. Evolution is so fantastic. Finishing up a PC build over the next few months, doing a custom water loop. Want to decide on a theme, and I'm thinking a non-binary theme, white case, black parts, purple and yellow lights. Maybe get the words, my PC is binary, but I don't need to be somewhere. That is a really good idea. Oh my god, there used to be long-legged crocodilians that galloped like horses. Yeah, I'm grateful that those things died out, because holy shit, that would be terrible. We would have to take all of them and ship them to Australia. That would be just the only thing you could do with them. That's horrible. I love crocodilians so much. It makes me emotional. They're just so much full of so much love. Well, when you eat everything, you eat things that had a lot of love. That's how they're so full of love. True. The love goes up the food chain, just like heavy metals. True, Jack Coleman. Being around people who accept evolution as fact can be kind of a relief when you're around a bunch of people who believe the Earth is 2,000 years old. Nah, you can't put the dangerous animals in Texas because then they can still get to you. I am only like 15 hours away from Texas, you know? We're gonna need a taller fence. Oh my god, Forrest, you do come from a very small town environment, don't you? Being taught young Earth creationism in school and discovering evolution later. Yeah, I bet that's fucking amazing, though. It's fantastic. Evolution is so fascinating. Like, this is a Richard Dawkins. I pulled this from Dick Doc. But one of the very illustrative pieces against intelligent design is the vagus nerve, which comes down from down here, or comes from up here and then comes down here. Regardless, the vagus nerve kind of has like this connection at the jaw and then at the bottom of the neck. Okay? Yeah, the one that wraps around your heart and comes back to your pharynx. Yeah. In giraffes, it's just long. It's still the same thing, but it's long. Yeah, the giraffe has it and it's 18 feet long. That's really inefficient for the nerve paths that are being sent back and forth. Like, it only needs to go 3 inches from the brainstem to the pharynx. Exactly. Very strong evidence against intelligent design. More evidence that this animal like started out with something that was shorter and made sense, and then just the pre-existing structure as the animal's necks continued to get longer and longer. Like, the evolutionary shit just kind of like carries those imprints of past designs, basically. The human eye being built backwards, true. They have black tongues, that's true, they have black tongues. I didn't get taught young Earth creationism, but I did have abstinence-only sex ed. Jesus. Highly in dread, welcome to the website chat. Google different types of alligators and images showing all the different types show up. Yeah, definitely. Oh, going to a private Christian school. Yeah, that'll do it to you. I really don't know why it's legal to have private Christian schools. That seems like something that should just be illegal. Like, I don't, like, is that an infringement on religious liberty? I don't think so. But then again, I have been called a bigot for having my beliefs against privileged religion shit before. So, like, why is complete and utter control over the lives and brains of your children considered to be like your right as an individual? It's because children aren't people, they're property. That's the biggest difficulty that I'm having in having this argument with transphobes about why trans children deserve to transition, is like, people don't believe that children are people. Dude gets downvoted to hell and doesn't realize it's because he misspelled giraffe and has a meltdown. Oh, he did fuck up and spell it wrong. Hold on. Come back. Okay. Giraffes. Giraffes are so dumb. Sorry, the only reason I say this is that the giraffe in this picture is trying to eat a painting. I should say that this one particular giraffe is dumb. Hey, asshats, quit downvoting me. I'm not the one who tried to eat the wall. Hey, before you hit that down arrow, why don't you ask yourself why you can't take a joke, you losers? Jesus, the PC crap has extended to long horses, because that is all these things are, and no one was bawling when that chimp got shot for eating that lady's face. So are you racist for long horses over gorillas? Hypocrites. 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 Is it a bunch of PETA lame brains doing this? Did my one little joke hit some kind of tree hugger blog or some shit? I have never so much as even spit on a giraffe. What the fuck? I ate a lion one time. It was in a burger. I had alligator and something they told me was eagle, but I'm positive it was just chicken. Whatever anyone is saying about me and giraffes is not even true. But go on, fart eaters. Downvote away. It shows how stupid you are. Spelling. This is such shit. I have never received as much as one single downvote in my life, and you peckers are jumping on this stupid giraffe-loving bandwagon. That is a dumb goddamn wall-licking giraffe, and that is all. I'm not going to apologize to you idiots anymore. You know, now my feelings are hurt. The amount of downvotes piled on me is just excessive. God for fucking bid. I had commented on a post about an anteater. I would be at negative 1,000 by now. You people are horrible. It's pretty good. Oh, it wasn't even on screen. Good times. Oh, it was on screen. I just clicked off. My brain no worky good. The best part is the edit spelling, but it's still spelled wrong. Hypocrite was also misspelled. Yes, as a teacher, I see it firsthand. No one thinks of kids as people. Children are viewed as slaves. Let's just say what it is. Yes, thank you for that, gay fesh. Twas quite worth it. I kind of wish... I want to do like a... I wish I could do like a... Like, if my hair had some, like, volume up here, and then, like, went into some kind of, like, braid or something down here, that would be kind of cool. I don't know, my hair looks like shit right now, though. Anyway. I'm still Bo Burnham stuck in my head since this morning. All day. All day. Hey, Luffy. You want to come see me? Hey. Lucy's like, no, I don't want to come see you. Sorry, Forrest. Lucy, come here. Hi. Hello. Come here, baby. Yes. Yes. Oh, I started watching the Great British Baking Show today. That show is so funny. Why did nobody tell me how funny that show is? But it starts in season 5 because that's all that's on Netflix. There is not any older episodes on Netflix, so I had to start in season 5. Lucy. He's so angry. He's like, why did you ask me to come up here if you were just gonna fucking pick me up like this? You're good. No, stay. Lucy. Oh, this hurts. Stay, Lucy. Lucy. Ah. Oh, he's good. Mm-hmm. He's like, why? An uncooperative scarf. True. You're so uncooperative, Lucy. Are you, baby? He's like, please stop. I hate you. You are a baby. True. You are such a baby. Hello. Mm-hmm. Mm. Um, he seems to be breathing a little bit better. His resting breathing rate is less than it was last week. Sometimes it seems like his belly is still really working, but it's been a little bit less than a week since he got the antibiotic. It's supposed to be 2 weeks. Like next week on like Wednesday, if his breathing isn't like basically cleared up, I'm going to call the vet. Well, regardless of how he's doing, I'm going to call the vet, let him know how it's going. And if he's not breathing like completely fine, I'll probably have to have x-rays done. But I don't know. I don't know if he's going to, like, I don't know how much that shit's going to cost. And like, I'm going to have to, basically one of the things I'm going to ask is like, what are we likely to find? Like if he is not breathing well and he has to get x-rays to find out what's wrong, I'm curious to know like if there's any version of we get x-rays and what he has is like fixable, you know? I think it would be very shitty if I like got x-rays and then was like, oh, turns out he has lung cancer. So then in like 3 weeks, I'm just going to put him down anyway. I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens when it happens. We'll set up a fucking GoFundMe if we have to. Yeah, Mersh, that's why I took him to the vet, and they listened to his heart, and they said that it sounded fine. So they gave him the antibiotic because they said his heart sounded good. So what we're hoping is that it's just like a respiratory infection. And that it will be fine next week, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Alexis says they had to ask that question for one of their cats recently. They wanted him to have an MRI for $5,000, and the issue wouldn't have been fixable even if they figured out what it was. Yeah. It's like, yeah, is there anything that we could find on an x-ray? Yeah, he could have a lung infection, like a respiratory infection. That's why he has the antibiotics, so we'll see how that goes. He just got a little baby nerve damage. He just got a walk wonky. So did you end up not getting the MRI and it turned out that the animal is okay? Yeah, because I'm not sure what else it, like, I don't know what it could be. Like, it's not heart failure, because his heart sounds fine. I guess he could have, like, intestinal cancer. Then, like, there's, like, a growth so big that it's putting pressure on his breathing somehow, maybe. My cat died last year after the vet on call completely missed a heart murmur. I wanted to throttle someone. Yeah, that sounds shit. I wonder how common heart issues actually are for, like, cats and animals dying. I was thinking about that because, like, heart disease is what killed my cat that died last year. And he, like, I don't know what you can do. Like, what do you do against heart disease? I think it's dietary, right? Like, what do you do as a consumer if all of the pet food in your country is made in, like, dodgy factories where no one checks on the quality control, you know? Well, that's good, Alexis. Didn't end up getting the MRI. But he's not in pain. Did he have a stroke or something? Yeah, no, I'm not saying, like, how do you treat heart failure, guys? I'm saying as a pet owner, what are you supposed to be able, like, if most of the brands that you can buy that are affordable are made in the United States, and they're made in ways, like, if they are putting a bunch of extra salt inside there, like, your options are limited for how to prevent these things in the first place, you know? Like, if you are not able to afford to buy the food that is, you know, made in Canada, where they actually have food safety standards for animal food, you know, I don't know that there's any power that you reasonably have over whether your animal develops heart disease, you know? Female rats tend to get cancerous tumors that kill them. Male mice and rats are not so susceptible. Yeah. Rats don't live for very long. Oh, okay. It seems like Alexis' cat got nerve damage, maybe from a tail pull from trying to climb under something or getting stuck. Wow. Yeah, Alexis had a friend who gave her dog a treat, and it just got really sick and almost died because the treat had a bunch of stuff in it that was bad for dogs. Absolutely wild. And also, oh shit, I forgot what I was thinking there. Oh yeah, there's also treats that, like, don't break down in the body, so they just become intestinal blockages. Not Chewy's, there's these, like, green ones. I don't remember what they're called, but they're, like, notorious for intestinal blockages and deaths. Greenies! Thank you. Greenies. Very bad for animals. And they're just on the shelf. I, like, go to the pet store and there's, like, an entire fucking display of greenies. And I'm like, but the same thing happens with, like, human consumption too. Like, I tried some shampoo a few months back that made my hair fall out, and I still go to the grocery store. I know that there is an active lawsuit against this company. I still go to the grocery store and see that fucking brand on the shelves. Like, no one is attempting, there's no sign that says, like, this company is being sued right now or anything. Exactly, and it's fucked up how many people will buy that and just not know. For cats, like, we have like 2 different treats that we'll buy for our cats that we use sometimes, you know? Oh, no, those are the same thing. I don't even know if these are safe, but these are the, like, I get these, like, creamy ones where it's just, like, it's goop in there. You just squeeze the goop out. But these are pretty high in sodium, so you gotta be careful with that. But we also get these ones that are, like, they're almost like beef sticks. And they're like Slim Jim kind of texture. And so you can break them off into small pieces, and they're kind of more chewy and stuff. I haven't really looked into whether these are safe. You know, we don't give them treats super often. But I try to aim for ones that, like, clearly are not, like, hard and gonna cause intestinal blockages. America's just like that, unfortunately. Regulation and or regulation enforcement has been on the downtrend for decades. I know. This is why I understand where Demon Mama was coming from about, like, anarchist supply chains. Like, frankly, like, regulation on the federal level is pretty sketchy at times, you know? So I almost think that, like, interpersonal, like, if if we lived in a world where the owner of the pharmaceutical company is, like, a guy who lives in your neighborhood, right? And he's responsible for making all of the ibuprofen or something, right? And he puts some kind of poison in the ibuprofen, instead of the government like fining that guy for putting poison into the ibuprofen, what if that guy just like lived in your neighborhood and there were actual consequences for poisoning a bunch of people in your community? What would that be like? I wonder. I can't be specific about the kind of consequences because then people will shit bricks, but because that's kind of like, people missed that message in my Will Smith video talking about violence, is that like part of what I'm saying, it like the conversation is much bigger than I am able to articulate sometimes, that it's not just I'm questioning whether words are violent. I'm questioning like the whole structure of what violence is. Like that to hoard food while people starve is non-violent. And like letting animals die because you refuse to regulate shit is, quote, non-violent, you know? I think manufacturing a lot of these things probably wouldn't be feasible without large-scale supply chains. It's possible that they wouldn't be feasible without something like what we have right now, in terms of like, I don't, like if you're talking about like, I don't know, if there's some specific thing that you can only get in India and you really need that thing in America in order to manufacture something, maybe you would still have to have the logistics of a supply chain like that. But like, what I'm interested in doing when this conversation comes up is I just want us to be able to agree that what's happening now is like really profoundly not working, and that we should try to workshop other solutions and maybe be willing to look at solutions that are radically different than the ones that we currently deal with. You know, the problem is that people take so many issues. They're like, oh, well, how would this work? How would this work? How would this work? Like, well, let's discuss. Instead of you demanding answers from me, why don't we as a room kind of feel out some possible, maybe without trying to pitch solutions, instead of trying to pitch solutions, why don't we just pitch ideas and like work with just potentials, you know? Start there. I think it depends on what form material wealth takes in that scenario. If the guy that makes said ibuprofen also has material wealth and or some other incredibly needed facility, I don't know if it makes him any more likely to receive some form of justice. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I will be less vague. What if the manufacturing is being done on a smaller scale, or the regulation, like let's say that there still is the United States regulatory bodies, okay? But let's say that like on a smaller scale, they take a hands-off approach, and it's you know, let's just say, for example, that like one of the Native American reservations actually has legal autonomy over their laws, right? So if the federal regulation, like the federal regulatory bodies is not part of it, it's just some people on the reservation, right? Some dude on the reservation owns the local compounding pharmacy and is putting poison in it, into the ibuprofen, like a medication that plenty of people take. I'm talking about the family members of those people who got poisoned bringing the issue to his direct attention. You know, I don't, like, the regulatory bodies as they are don't do a very great job. They ignore certain things because of moneyed interests, like certain medications that are dangerous remain on the market for longer than they should because they're dangerous, right? And these people are receiving fines for the cruelties that they're imposing on people, right? I'm just saying that I think regulatory governing bodies can basically fail to enact actual justice. And I'm just saying that there are alternatives to a structured governing regulatory body. I think that, the United States government, especially like, I mean, why would someone poison in medication if not for the profit motive? To be clear, this is not a situation where there's no profit motive. Like, the situation that I've suggested to you is simply like something being made on a smaller scale, Like, why would there be poison in there? Like, maybe because it's too much effort to check. I don't know. Like, maybe it's not intentional. Maybe it's unintentional, but they're just not doing a good enough job of checking. Whether because they don't care, because it's actually like profitable to cut the corners or whatever. Like, all I'm suggesting is that I'm just on my same shit that I've been on about how, like, violence being in the control of the state means that we are actually being very severely curbed in our ability to create justice in the world. I don't call our punitive system the criminal justice system most of the time. I call it our punitive system because it is meant to punish people, like working people, normal people, in service to this oligarchical system. And I just continue to challenge these narratives around violence. Poetic justice would be for them to have to take the ibuprofen themselves. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about all these fucking people is they can afford the ibuprofen that isn't poisoned, That's why all these fucking middle upper class white people are like, I don't care about COVID anymore. We're just gonna like do whatever because we can afford healthcare. Like, great. Congratulations for you guys. Yeah, and Forrest, like, the argument is wide and applies to multiple things. I have questions about violence in a number of ways. If we know that misgendering contributes directly to suicidality, why is it not considered protecting your life to retaliate with violence against someone maliciously misgendering you? From that all the way to why is someone repossessing my home? Like, why is that not violent? Why can't I respond violently? The police tearing down tent cities and destroying people's belongings. Why is that not considered violence? Like, again, Abigail's video, Philosophy Tube, Violence and Protest, had me asking that question. Like, the violence that the police engage in toward the protesters is not generally called violence. Why is that? I think the problem there, at least as I can think of it, is what scale it would have to take for essentially mob justice to be effective. Like, if he only poisons one family and has saved the lives of many other families, is it realistic to expect vigilante justice to actually occur? Does the guy have people with guns himself, being someone of importance? I mean, it gets downright logistical. Yeah, again, as I previously stated, I'm mostly just saying the system as is really profoundly doesn't work. And I think we should have some other options. I just think we should have some other options. Like, the simple fact that that we've given the government the power to adjudicate these things means that they have the power to say, oh, you, the people, really care about something? Fuck you. Oh, and also, you can't do anything about it, because if you're violent toward us, we will kill you. Her older video about anti-fascism also touched on that subject heavily. Her like really long, like the philosophy of anti-fascism. It's been a long time since I watched that one. Good evening, Gene the Bean. Welcome. Up late tonight. Yeah, I haven't watched that one in a long time. Her more recent stuff is, you know, I like to watch the more theatrical stuff than her older dry stuff. Like, you know, like Jack Coleman, like, you know, yeah, the guy might have guns himself, being someone of importance. But like, as it is, like, the government that we trust with our safety is just shielding him. Not that there's an actual situation that I'm alluding to right now. I'm using this hypothetical to illustrate a point. You know, the arguments that people tend to make when I'm talking about this are like, well, if we, you know, this came up before, they're like, if we make it to where you can retaliate with violence against perceived slights, then the majority would decide what infractions the minority have committed, call it violence, and respond violently. I'm like, look around you. What is happening? What do you think is occurring right now when a black man running away from a cop gets shot in the back and killed? Like, what do you think is happening? I don't know. Maybe I just see things in a different way than other people do. Fair enough, I suppose. Truly, we need some games that can be played while talking about other stuff, because it's a lot. Oh, this bee orchid, making me sad still with the bee orchid. I have another song stuck in my head, which is from the album Montero. I can't remember most of the songs' titles, because all the song titles are really weird. But he's like, how does that one go? I think maybe it's called Void. No, it's not Void. I don't know. He's like, I woke up on the floor. Oh, this plastic bed don't blow up no more. In this broken home, everyone becomes predictable. That's a good one. Dominica! Tales of Dominica. Yes, that's a good one. The latter half of that album is so brutal. It is hard to listen to sometimes. Oh, sometimes you're angry, sometimes you're hurting, sometimes you're all alone. Come here. Ooh. Sometimes I'm anxious, sometimes it makes me feel like there's only now. I've been living in my lows, it's safe to say. Hold my little bit of hope, don't fade away. I've been living on an island made from fate. Can't go running back to home, I can't face her face. I'm not hitting those low notes very well right now. Fave from the album, Void is a close second. Void is, I find it hard to give, way too hard to live. That's the one, right? Thank you, Razcal. I think after talking for 4.5 hours, my singing voice is doing pretty good. We stan. We stan. We stan. I enjoy singing. Now that I have a nice high quality mic, I don't know, maybe I'll do covers and stuff. Would that be fun? Would anyone watch me do covers? This is part of why I'm like, I'm gonna write my own bathroom song. I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna do the guitar part and probably sing it, you know? Like, oh man. I used to be really into music when I was younger. Yeah, Forrest, basically what I'm advocating for, so I don't know if that type of retaliatory violence would actually mitigate the harm done. If a trans person is maliciously misgendered, arguably an act of violence against them, how would responding with physical violence and self-defense undo that harm? Unless you're saying it would dissuade people from misgendering in the future, but IDK if that's true. So my idea about this is basically about changing behavior, you know? Like, first of all, I do think that I think that the power to materially I think that you would feel like the situation were rectified in some manner, you know? Beating ass after an insult makes you feel better. Yeah, like it's kind of about like the feeling of gratification that you get from, like I think the feeling of gratification for the retaliation would kind of compensate for the harm done by it, but primarily it's about changing the behavior. Like human beings, beautiful, big-brained, very wrinkly-brained beings that we are capable of learning from both positive and negative reinforcement. So, IMO, there is not enough negative reinforcement preventing the violent misgendering of trans people, contributing to our suicide rates. So, I am just advocating that there should be more potential negative consequences. And I'm not even necessarily saying that you have to actually do the slap part or whatever, but presenting it as a choice on the table. You know, if you just present it as an option, you know, like I have a walking stick that I'm thinking about carrying on a more regular basis. And part of the reason why I think about carrying my walking stick on a more regular basis is because it's about 5 feet long. And I would love to just ask people like, hey, do you feel like I might be able to reach you with my stick? Because if so, you're too fucking close to me. I mean, in my experience, the harm done by misgendering is you realizing that people don't actually see you as your gender. I mean, I think it's multifaceted. I think it hurts for different reasons in different situations. I don't think transphobes being more quiet about it would help. I would want them to just not be transphobic. Yeah, no. The thing is that we are already trying to change their minds, and that's not working. And mostly I just want the harm to be put to a stop. Alexis, I am advocating for better social enforcement. I am advocating for social enforcement. If we lived in a world where you could not have someone arrested if you started some shit with them and they slap the shit out of you, like, I think that people would be less likely to say some stupid shit. Alexis, that is a terrible argument. And I don't mean that as an insult. I think if violence worked to dissuade bad behavior, we wouldn't really have crime anymore. I think the reason that I think that that's not a great argument is that crimes are like crime continues to happen because people need to commit crime to live. Like violence, like no amount of violence is going to prevent you from doing what you have to do to survive. Is all I'm saying. So I don't like violence is intended to, like, the retaliatory violence of the state is intended to be a deterrent. Like, high sentences are meant to be a deterrent for certain crimes. I don't know if that's true, but it is like the intention of high sentences and increasingly higher sentences for the same crimes is the idea that it's trying to dissuade. And frankly, violence does work to dissuade bad behavior. Like, the only reason that I don't behave violently toward people who deserve it is because the threat of violence that the state wields over me. There was that one asshole dad in Canada that kept misgendering his kid in violation of a court order and got the book thrown at him. It wasn't just that he was misgendering his kid. It was also that I think he was ordered to, like, he leaked the child's private information to the public. That was a big part of it. And he was, like, told to stay away from the kid, but kept on with it. And maybe even, like, revealed information sensitive to the case while the case was still ongoing in court, which you're not supposed to do. But again, the slapping a transphobe thing is just one example of this whole system. Yes, transphobes not being able to express their transphobia might not make them change their minds, but it would certainly discourage them and others from being transphobic. It's kind of like how, you know, being racist is, like, generally considered uncouth. So, like, your racist uncle maybe, like, stopped saying the N-word at Christmas, finally, but, like, still believes those things, you know? I don't need them to change their minds. Like, we've already been trying to get them to change their minds, okay? I'm saying, like, we've already been trying. These people are obstinate. They're harming other people. At a certain point, like, you're not able to tell them, you're not able to convince them, appeal to them with words. Like, your words are failing to get them to stop doing what they're doing. Other tactics. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Other crimes, like other violent crimes, are not necessarily needed to live. That's true. I think those crimes tend to be done under the assumption that there won't be a threat of retaliation because they'll get away with it. Yeah. Yeah, we do socially shun people for being racist, but also physically in a violent way sometimes. I just want to open the door to the conversation. I don't think your position is necessarily one of negative reinforcement, so much as use of force through which negative reinforcement happens to occur. I guess I think that's kind of a distinction without a difference. Like, is a shock collar on a dog, would you say that a shock collar on a dog is force through which negative reinforcement happens to occur? Yeah, Forrest, I'm definitely not saying that I'm even like comfortable with it to an extent. Like, I had a dream recently where I was talking to someone and I was really frustrated because they wouldn't stop fucking interrupting me. And in the dream they were like a really close friend or maybe a romantic partner, and they like they were just being really shitty and like repeatedly interrupting me and mischaracterizing what I was saying. And in the dream, I like reached over and yanked the shit out of their hair. I was like, shut up, like stop. And in the dream, I just had this immediate sinking feeling like, oh, I just did something really deeply socially unacceptable. I am fucked. Like this relationship is over. Like, it was a deep sensation that I had. So I will, there are definitely, like, I'm not going to say like it's appropriate if your partner says, are you sure that this isn't just internalized misogyny and it's not just or is actually gender dysphoria and not just internalized misogyny? Like, I don't think that you should settle that kind of thing with like violence. I think in most interpersonal relationships, it's probably not advisable, right? And I'm not even necessarily saying that there are many situations in which being physically violent towards someone misgendering you should be done. I'm asking why it shouldn't be done. But yeah, I don't know. It is complicated. There's many factors that go into it. Still liking the idea of the duel, I challenge you to fisticuffs, sir. I really just strongly disagree, Forrest. I feel like socially shunning people for being bigoted and dominating the narrative is slowly making progress. I mean, we've talked about this before. Like, looking at the history of the civil rights movement, it's been like 70 years. And black people are still incarcerated at disproportionate rates. They're still killed by police in the street. They're killed by citizens in the street. Like, we have been trying these like soft tactics for a long time, and it always like seems for a few years like, oh, things are starting to get better. But then we have these like really big outbursts of regression, which indicate to me, like, for example, this whole groomer shit, the groomer pedophile shit. We thought, oh, gay marriage is legal. Gay people are safe now. Nope. They were just waiting. Like, I really don't... This is not like a passive... They're on the wrong side of history. No. No. If excuses for violence were accepted in cases of hate speech, how would it reasonably be enforced? What to stop people from claiming someone said something they didn't? That's a big reason fighting words are restricted as long as they are in constitutional law, and why fisticuffs and duels usually required witnesses. I guess I kind of think that it would be better to not try to litigate. Like, I feel like if you just like, unless someone is actually injured, violence is legal. And then the definition of injury is the pertinent legal hinge. I honestly have always thought everyone needs a good friendly fight once in a while. I love sparring. I do love to spar. The real question for me is whether or not force actually gets the job done. It's historically hard to kill an idea. And does the violence have the opposite effect or not? That is the crux. That's the crux. Because all I'm having is a discussion about the efficacy of tactics. All I'm saying is that the tactics that we've been using don't seem to be working very well. Not only are trans people being misgendered, often violently, but also just being outright called pedophiles, increasingly being attacked in the streets because of that rhetoric. You know, that's part of the danger of the libs of TikTok lady, is that she is creating an environment where people are going to commit hate crimes, and they are committing hate crimes, you know? Alexis S. And what level of violence would be tolerated? Yeah, I literally just that's the question that the group answers together. I've suggested some level of violence should be legally tolerated. Then the room talks about it and figures it out. So like, what if you swing and their jaw breaks? I would consider that an unacceptable injury. If their head caves in, also an unacceptable injury. What if you hit the wrong person? Please, what I want you to understand, every time you people say, what if you hit the wrong person? I'm like, the whole point that I'm making is that you said something to the wrong person. That's the situation that I'm trying to get across to you, is you all are thinking, what if you hit the wrong person? I'm saying you said something to the wrong person. If you weren't prepared to deal with violence, you should have reconsidered. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, we just have, like, there are no social consequences for saying shit to people, for insulting people, for denigrating people, for telling people to their face that you think that they're pedophiles who shouldn't get to have their own children. Like the number of people in my own chat who are like, I can't take my own children out in public right now because I'm scared of dealing with this stuff, you know, like. I used to get death threats in my mailbox in college in the early 80s, early 90s in college. I took the letters to the dean and she told me, what am I supposed to do? Wave a magic wand and make it go away? I found out who was sending me this and I beat the crap out of her outside of campus. I got a visit from college security and the dean, but they couldn't do anything about it because it was off campus and death threats had been made against me. Mersh. I appreciate your life experience. Yeah, Forrest, we would just have to see, I guess. Like, I just don't know if social shunning is enough for interpersonal bigotry. I think that there are, maybe trans people don't, like, in family situations, maybe just having your trans kid cut you off is not socially the same as shunning, because shunning implies, like, a community rejection. Yeah, I don't know. That's tricky. But, I mean, ultimately, the question always comes down to, like, how effective is it? Yeah, Jack Coleman, I don't actually even know what people mean by pacifism, because I think people mean different things. I think if a pacifist is a person who believes in, like, you shouldn't do unprovoked violence, it's possible that there is a definition of pacifism that may fit me, because I generally don't advocate for just being violent with zero provocation. I'm asking these questions because they're relevant to how the law surrounding assault formed and why it exists the way it does. I think it could work, but it'd have to be very well defined. Yeah, like I'm not saying that there wouldn't have to be rules, right? I guess, like, so long as there is a state enforcing laws about violence, then it makes sense for it to be like, yeah, if any, like, lasting injury occurs, like a bruise probably shouldn't be illegal. You know, like a split lip probably shouldn't be illegal. Like, if you hit them so hard that their occipital bone, like, gets dislodged, that's probably illegal, you know? Either that, or here's the alternative. More restrictive speech laws. Because what I'm advocating for here is individuals having more power to restrict the speech that they allow others to direct toward them, okay? If you are against that and acknowledge that currently the system is there are not steep enough consequences for insulting people, for misgendering people, yeah, then it has to be illegal to say certain things to people. Like the alternative to considering low stakes violence to be less serious, the alternative is to increase the legal response to violent speech. So, you know, the same way that as it currently is, you know, Will Smith can slap Chris Rock and Will Smith doesn't get arrested because Chris Rock doesn't press charges. If you could press charges for speech, that's the like only reasonable alternative to address the problem that I'm trying to address, which is not enough consequences, whether social or legal, for social effrontery, you know? Yeah, so I don't ever advocate for fines for any crime. Any financial penalty is a regressive tax, and it means that rich people, like, I remember reading an article once that was like, I dated like a lawyer at one point. Like, I dated a super rich person for a brief period of time. He was taking me somewhere in his car, and we parked in a no parking zone. And as we got out of the car and I saw the sign, I said, "You can't park here." And he said, "Yeah, I can. It just costs $250. Like, rich people don't think about, it's literally not a crime if you can just pay and get out of it, you know? It's already slander, libel, and defamation of character to falsely call someone a pedophile. Also, calling that teacher a groomer and plastering her info on the news is already slander and defamation. Why don't more people sue the hell out of these people? Yeah, if someone... I have been called a pedophile this week. I do not have the legal resources to go after someone for calling me a pedophile. Like, I don't have the money for that, by far. But my question is, Mersh, not my question to you, really, because I know that you don't know the answer to this. Like, I'm not saying you need to justify this, but my question in that situation is, why is it why do I have to sue? Why do I have to sue? Why can't I say, that person is basically putting a bounty on my head by calling me a pedophile. Arrest them. Whoa, shit. I've always wondered why we came up with ideas like fines and bail. Whose idea was this? Somebody some rich person who was in charge of the legal system, whose kid committed some crimes, and they needed to find a way to let the kid not get arrested. Yeah, like I think that if the presented legal recourse for something is to sue someone, then there is no legal recourse. That's my opinion as a poor person. Like if my boss doesn't pay me my overtime and my only legal recourse is to sue, then that's not really illegal. It's not actually illegal. There's no actual consequence. Yep, only legal recourse for people with a lot of time and patience and money, and or if you have enough people to do a class action lawsuit. So, just think about alternate solutions, y'all. Just consider the ways in which the system currently is working or not working, and your objections to trying something else. Are those actual, like, do those objections just already apply to the system that we currently have? If the suit was free to file and the state/feds covered the time you have to take from work or the trial, I would kind of just rather there be court-mandated damages along with the jail time. Yeah. Like, I don't think that I should have to sue. I think there should be court-mandated damages. Yeah, what we're really getting at is fuck hateful rich people. Fuck money, honestly. Just as a concept. Things either have value or they don't. It's so arbitrary. IDK, my BFF Jill. I really think that I am just accidentally becoming an anarchist. Like, I don't actually know very much about anarchism, but I think that just by just looking at the individual situations and sussing out my beliefs about how those individual situations should be taken care of, I think that it's just revealing anarchism. It's actually crazy that lawyers are commodified. Like, you can pay more money to get a greater chance of a lower sentence. We truly live in a society. Absolutely. But that's like, oh, I was about to be like, but what can we do? Like, well, recruit. We need more people who think this way. We need more people who are willing to challenge the ideas. We need more people who are willing to just be like, hey, I notice that when the cops beat someone up, that's generally considered to be nonviolent. Like, as a matter of fact, a lot of protests are not called violent until the protesters get violent in retaliation to being kettled. I'm just going to get more and more unhinged with this boom. Yeah, there's definitely no guarantee that the lawyer that you get is going to be a good quality lawyer just because they're expensive. But, like, Did you all watch that episode about public defenders by Jesus fucking Christ, John Oliver's show last week tonight? Like defense attorneys, public defenders might have like only 9 seconds to review your case because of the enormous caseloads that they deal with. Zeph is a straight terrorist out here recruiting for the cause. Hey, how dare you call me straight? Oh, geez, Mersh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear it. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, gosh. How often they plea bargained cases was enraging. Yeah, oh my god. The fucking... It's crazy. It's truly crazy how little... Like, that's... Again, I do not call it the criminal justice system because it's not a system of justice. It's not. It's not made for that. So, oh, god damn it, camera. It's gonna come back. It's just decided to start doing that sometimes. It's okay. I used to work at a nonprofit legal services provider, and everyone just does the best they can with the very little time they have. A lot of the time you're getting a big benefit from increased training at least, and a lot more oversight than a private lawyer. That's fair. A little bit more oversight than a private lawyer on the public defenders. Just gotta think outside the box. Thinking outside the box is the thing that matters. Gotta think about more solutions to problems. Okay, everybody. I am pretty tuckered out. It's like 11:30 here. I'm wondering if I should start earlier. If I started earlier at like 4 or 5 instead of at 6, would people show up that early, do you think? Oh, I'm on my way there, Alexis. I'm going to take a minute to head that away. Cuz the main reason why I tend to start at 6 is cuz I was leaving open the opportunity to say hello to my partner when he gets home from work. But usually we both want space during that time, so usually I just end up waiting until 6. I need a break between work and stream. Okay. That makes sense. I figured, I figured 4 would be too early. I figured like 5 would be the earliest I could start, but like probably 6 is pretty reasonable. It's just, I'll just have to be willing to go like 5 or 6 hours to like midnight or so, So, remember to join the Discord and feel free to drop any links to anything interesting that is going on that you would like to see talked about in stream. Feel free to drop in the suggestions box in there. If you like, we can do homework again this week. Share the videos with someone and then give me a screenshot. I don't really need all the context of your messages, by the way. You all have provided way more info than I actually needed. You can just, frankly, you could fabricate it pretty easily, because all I wanted to see is your actual message with maybe like some text that says like, hey, this is the one that I want you to watch or whatever, And I'll give you a compliment, such as we did earlier today, if you were here for that. So, yes. Other than that, I have no fucking idea what we're talking about on Thursday. I have trauma therapy in the morning, so I'm going to try to sleep well and keep my head on straight. So I'll see you on Thursday. I don't I don't know what to do with my hands.